Good afternoon everybody, welcome back. Happy Sunday. It's been a little while since we've done a Sunday stream proper, and this one's a long one. We're here in Doha, the nation of Qatar, flying the PMDG 777-300ER once again by popular vote from yesterday's live stream off to the Maldives. So a little longer than usual. We'll be doing it in normal kind of real time, and we've got live weather as well. Very hazy afternoon here in Doha at the moment, and we've got a freeware Doha scenery, although it is pretty poor quality, so it's nothing that's going to blow your mind. We're back in an Atarium Liveries 777-300ER livery. Look at that, part of a large pack that he's created for Qatar Airways. This one is the One World logo jet, which is absolutely exquisite. Hit like, hit subscribe, share your thoughts down in the live chat as well. Join the chat. We're going to have a little look in the aircraft. We've done PDCs as well already because I'm conscious of time and things. So we're trying to, basically most of the pre-flight is already done. Hello to Badger, MPS Gaming, welcome. Dursey2 in, good evening mate, Liam. And there's that PDC clearance already. We'll go through that in a moment, but I want to show you this cabin. Wowzers. It's insanely detailed, even more so than the BA one yesterday. It's just incredible. So it's about 4.5 hours flight time today. It's pretty long. David, welcome. And in the pinned chat, that'll be gone soon. In fact, there is less than an hour. It's about 45 minutes left now of the Turtle Beach Velocity 1 competition raffle that we've got going on. It's £10 a ticket, and there's only 22 tickets sold currently. So to be in with a chance to win that, certainly if you're in the UK, it works out very nicely. Then go and buy a ticket with that link that's pinned in the live chat. And to everyone else who has entered, a very good luck to you all. We'll find out the winner during the live stream today. Look at this. Very, very realistic. And this cabin, just remarkable. Really nice. The immersion that you get with cabins and the amount of detail in here is just roddy brilliant. That's what it is. Let's get. Oh, what should we do? Let's go through the pre-flight stuff first because we got most of it done already. So you can see this ATC message which I've accepted. That's our PDC. So I can go to new messages, and this is the PDC that we've had sent to us, which we have accepted. So out of Doha, Qatar 40 Golf, cleared to the Maldives from runway 34 right, BUNDU 2 Echo, squawk 2644. 2644. I'm going to pop that on there because it's always on that by accident. 360 Sky Vibes, welcome. Our controller for today here. Very nice, thank you. Hopefully you've been enjoying the busyness of the traffic. So we got 34 right. We can go ahead and click that, and the BUNDU 2 Echo like so. Execute. Climb via SID to altitude 4,000 feet. So we can set that. We've got runway heading set as well, and with that in mind we can have a look at our route and our takeoff page with some VREFs put in there, 165, and we'll mirror that on the overhead panel there as well. With all of that done, flight directors can go on and we can RML nav and VNav. Auto brake set to RTO. You can see here the legs page is all done. What we can do is go into route data and request our winds. And while that's loading, we can go ahead and just neaten up some of this. And that's another PDC from the controller to say that they've received the fact that we have accepted our PDC clearance. We can use those 3 buttons there to cancel it off the screen. I think there's an MXI designed Doha airport scenery, but it's not mega amazing. They make fairly average sceneries in some cases. Some of the ones like Thessaloniki that they've done though is actually quite nice. Okay, VNav. Descent forecast Uplink is ready. Let's load it in. There we go. So that's all in there for later. So that's all done. We've done a departure. The VNAV page is all complete. And the legs page is all done. So we can have a look at the checklists. We've already done the oxygen tests and the flight instruments, as we've just shown. And then the before start checks. So flight deck door closed and locked it is. MCP V2 heading altitude all set, takeoff speed set. See the pre-flight is done, trim 00, and we will do the taxi takeoff briefing immediately now. So let's tune to our controller. I think it's at 122.25. Yeah, good. So there's the charts for today. We were going to spawn over here in apron 6, which is where the real flights actually go from, but it's not involved in the scenery, unfortunately. So it's just one of those things. After takeoff though, 34 right, we're going to head initially up to that little waypoint at Bib, which is basically at 500 feet. So very quickly we're reaching that waypoint now, and that'll be within 2 or 3 miles of takeoff. From there, turning right to Obnob, max 210 knots. So we want to have a little look at the data. Obnob 210 there, look, 1500 at or above, and then Surga at 4000 at or below, before heading off to Lotum, and then 126 degrees Ivomo, Bundu at or below, flight level 250 by ATC only. So a couple of constraints for us to work through throughout the journey today. Carlito, Zato, welcome mate. So, Carlito says you can use the FMC COM key on the FMC to access the uplink fast. Yeah, this one. Where were we? I've lost my train of thought. That's all done. Routing wise, working out all the way over the water basically to the Maldives. We've got the VueloSimple Maldives scenery, and you can see there the runway's probably going to change to 18 actually now, because that's become a 7-knot tailwind for runway 36. Not ideal, but we'll see how we go. Let's get the APU fired up. Seatbelt signs on. And you'll notice here with this livery, it doesn't have a no smoking sign because it's got like no electronic devices, I think, in the cabin. Let's have a little look. Oh, interesting. I don't know why that's missing. I'm sure somebody in the live chat will know the reasons behind it. So wait for that to fire up. Miguel, welcome mate. GSX. Prepare for pushback and departure. So we can have a little look at the jetty. I think that's probably still attached because we've used this to do it. So we're going to go ground connections, release the jetway. We're going to close all of the doors.
Sorry, 6 kilo, push our spot is approved, face south.
Push us south, face south, sorry, 60 then.
Takes a little while for those big cargo doors to close. There they go, and we can then arm all the doors. That's all prepared. We also need to go to ground connections, because we've got the chocks connected and the ground power still connected. The APU's now got the power, so what we're going to do is turn the primary external power off, and then back in the EFB, ground power release, part brakes already set, remove chocks. Jux, yeah, that's the one. While the ground crew is getting everything sorted.
3948 Mike, 100 ground hello. Push start is approved, straight push. Push is approved, straight push, Qatar
95 Romeo, ready push to start.
Everybody's diving in now, I can't get in.
Approved, face south.
Push start 350 south, Qatar 95 Romeo.
I'm at ground, good afternoon Qatari, 40 Golf Heavy, stand Charlie 9, fully ready, request push and start.
Sorry, 40 Golf Heavy, 100 ground hello. Push start is approved, face south.
Hello, push start approved south, Qatari, 40 Golf Heavy. Beacon lights, let's get rid of the jovial music, which is the song name of Sunflower. That's all good, let's go!
458, taxi via Whiskey 1, Juliet, Sierra, hold short of Charlie.
Why is it not ready to go yet? Got the beacon on. Hey Kasani, welcome mate, how are you? It's been a little while.
Square 54, question 458, negative, taxi initially, taxi by Whiskey 1, Juliet, Sierra, hold short of Charlie.
What could be Juliet, Sierra, and Charlie for 34 right for 380.
Ah, push start approved face south, nose left tail right I think. I don't like it when it gives me those non-customised options. Let's see what happens. Right. So checklist complete for before start, and then we're going to get the next one ready to go there as well. But we need the engine screen up now, and we're going to start engine left first. It would help actually if I put the pumps on. Naughty me. Centre tanks are empty, so they can remain off. And left engine start. I'll probably really stuff this pushback up.
Square 598 heavy, start of the proof 80.
We shall see. Hopefully it'll be okay. And we got the Luke Airtool. LukeAirtool.net for some freeware cabin announcements. There's actually a whole host of Qatar Airways cabin announcements for this, which is pretty cool. Exquisite detail in this. Oh, I know, Mathis, sloppy. Sorry, matey. How are you? Good afternoon. Big hello to PMDG. They're in the house, folks. Say hello to Mathis. And engine right. Start. And we're going to start that safety demonstration. LukeAirtool.net if you want these. It's freeware.
Welcome aboard this Qatar Airways flight.
Hello, we'll nod back to the 80s with the boys.
Forward behind the company traffic. Once first taxi from Mike left, push and start.
Hello, Callum, welcome. It's been a busy week of streams, hasn't it? Busy 2 weeks of streams. It's been good fun.
Yeah, after the traffic taxi from your left to right, from your right to left, push start will be approved face south.
That's fair enough, Mathis. I always forget the Formula 1 song.
For safety reasons, with the exception of handheld
LJC, welcome buddy. Cookie Taste, how are you doing? Hope you've had a good weekend.
Sorry, 6 kilo, taxi via Delta, Echo 1,
Pushback worked pretty nicely.
Alpha 2, holding point on the chief right.
Takeoff and landing.
Taxi Charlie,
And
Echo
wherever
1.
the seatbelt
I mean,
sign is
taxi
illuminated.
Delta Echo on Charlie, Charlie Point.
To unfasten, lift the flap and carry M for parking.
Park brake set.
If you plan to
All stations, Hamid, information is now Charlie, QNH 993, head to Pascal.
Change that. 993 and the standby instruments match. Engines 1 and 2 look good down the box. That's all set. We got aileron and rudder trim 00, and on the performance page 4.75 for the takeoff trim. So let's get that sorted out. We want flight controls. So you can either look there at that digital display and you can set 475, or just here you can set it accordingly as well.
In the
to 475.
unlikely event of an emergency landing, please adopt a brace position as shown
There
on
we
the
go.
screen.
And then on the same screen
Your
we can
life
do
jacket is
our
either
control
suspended
surface
or
checks.
underneath the seat. When instructed by the crew, remove it from its container and put it over your head.
Left is clear,
Bring the
right
tape
is
around your
clear.
waist
Mathis is going for
and
Verstappen,
fasten
Norris and Hamilton for the 3 today and Paul on the podium.
I'm at ground flag, sorry, 1014, information Delta, gate Charlie 2, Boeing 777-300, request alpha clearance by.
Sorry, 1014, Summit Ground Hello, you're cleared to Dubai, runway 34 right, by the altitude Eco departure, runway altitude 3,
Morning recall, we've got TCAS off, that's fine, we disregard that. Anti-ice is already automatic and set as required. It's like 40 degrees here, 36 degrees outside, so we shouldn't be needing that. And ground equipment's clear, that's good. Full taxi, full takeoff check, so it'll be flaps 5.
Sorry, 1014.
We'll set that accordingly.
Formation Delta, QNH 993 hectopascal.
Flaps 5 in transit.
In the event of emergency landing on water, the evacuation slide will serve as well. Please remember to remove footwear before using the slide. To remind you,
Sorry, 905 for Romeo, stand by.
So you're giving us the ground pin, yep. There we go, lovely.
Any questions, our cabin crew will be happy to help.
Stand by, please. Osprey 458.
John, welcome. Good morning.
Sierra, Charlie.
He says, you thought he liked PMDG, but if Mathis is a Max Verstappen fan, then never mind. I can't stand Lewis Hamilton, John, myself.
Thank you for your attention and enjoy your flight with Qatar Airways.
Good Mittag, Johnny.
Or 6 kilo no further is available, more telecom 122 with some rest of the flight.
That'll be our next frequency. 1228. Qatari 40 Golf, request taxi.
Sorry, 40 Golf, stand by, Break, Qatari 948, Mike. Taxi by Echo 1, Charlie, Alpha 2, hold your point on which you correct.
Thank you, Echo 1 Charlie, Alpha 2, 34 right, Qatar 9.9 Mike.
Sorry, 40 Golf, taxi via Echo 4, follow the Qatari 777 ahead of you, holding point Alpha 2, runway 34 right.
Echo 4, follow the company traffic, hold point 34 right, Qatari 40 Golf Heavy.
Sorry, 905 from you, same to you, follow the company
A little dab of the brakes.
777 ahead of you, holding point Alpha 2, runway 34 right.
And as we start to go
777 ahead at altitude.
back to idle, we've already done the safety demo, it's already. Johnny says he likes Lewis as a Dutchie. When he shows his true character, he's a really cool dude. Just a shame he's so media trained.
Osprey 518 requesting push and start. We have PDC.
Osprey 518, squad 2663.
James says, how have I already pushed in 12 minutes? I spent the last hour on the ground doing all of the pre-flight. We've covered a lot of the pre-flight over the last few days. So today we're just diving straight in to Pushback start, and we're going to blast off towards the Maldives to go catch the sun. I've got my flip-flops on, and I'm wearing my Aussie bums for today.
And Osprey 518,
We're following
we have
him.
the squawk ready and we're ready for push and start.
Try and catch him a little bit. You know what, I've forgotten as well, the taxi lights.
6-3.
Oh, 2663 Osprey 518.
That's looking good.
Sorry.
I'm at ground, Qatar 6 at Bravo 4, requesting Alpha.
I'm just going to put TARA on now.
Information Delta.
Although now we're getting the traffic indications. Ah, screw it. We'll leave TCAS off for the memo. It's fine.
Sorry, 6 Juliet. 100 ground, hello. Bye-bye, please.
And the APU,
Osprey
come off.
458, 100 ground.
So that's the company traffic that we've been asked to follow. We're basically going to chase him all the way to the hold point there. And there's our cabin secure from the crew.
And Osprey 518, we should have the correct squawk ready to go.
Thank you. Now push part of the proof, face south.
Again, letting that nose wheel come wide.
Osprey 518.
Sorry, 784, send you, push part of the proof, face south.
San Diego to YVR for you, David. Nice. That's a great little flight. Beautiful San Diego. Round we go. About 10 knots.
Sorry, 6 Juliet, you are clear to Cairo, runway 34 left via the 2 loop 1 whiskey departure. Plan by set altitude 3000 feet, squawk 2606.
What have we got? That's the view.
Juliet clear to Cairo via the 2 loop 6, correction 2 loop 1 whiskey departure out of 3, 4 left initially 3000 feet, squawk 2606.
Aglos, welcome, Kalispera.
Sorry, 6 Juliet, you're correct.
Obi Kenobi says, when I go to exterior view, that'll be exterior view with drone camera. He says that you can't control the aircraft. Have I turned something off? No. You need to actually set a keybind which forces a... it allows you to control the aircraft, basically, whilst using the drone camera. But it's a toggleable button. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. I can't really check at the moment now, though, unfortunately.
406 Charlie, start the 2 fades.
There goes one of them. He's taken this line, so we're going to focus on the taxi. Andrew, welcome.
Sorry, 948 Mike, no further is available.
Again, extending that nose across the yellow line to bring us round, like so.
Osprey 598, heavy request taxi.
There's one of the Ospreys, ready to go.
Charlie, Alpha 2,
and we've got a crosswind of 8 knots for this departure today. You can see the windsock there in the distance blowing across the runway.
Alpha 2, holding point runway.
Aglos, I've purchased the VueloSimple scenery for today. It's linked in the description, so if you want to use any of the stuff we've used today, then it's all linked in today's live stream description as well, and including the PMDG 777 if you're one of the few that haven't purchased it yet.
Pushback facing east, Qatar 2472 heavy.
Sorry, 40 Golf, no further is available. Unicom 122 after flight.
Unicom 1228 for Qatar 40 Golf Heavy. Thanks to the ATC, good day.
Good day. Qatar 9.
Da-da-da! Osprey!
Sorry, 68 phone, 4000.
And he's on the rotate already. Bosh! Sanders, welcome. John flew across the land Americas yesterday. Cancun to YVR. No WASM crash for him. Good stuff. I know you've had a few issues with that, haven't you? I'm glad that seems resolved. Crikey, we're going for that. Intersection there, are we? Alexander, welcome. Thank you, mate. Hamad traffic. Qatari 40 Golf Heavies holding short 3-4 right at Alpha 2. Ready for departure in turn. Pop that on. TCAS traffic, weather. R93 for the QNH. Going to change that a little bit. Hamad traffic, Qatari 40 Golf is lining up 3-4 right by Alpha 2. Strobes on, runway turn off lights on. Overhead panels checked, the APU's now off. That's all good, we've got no lights. TCAS is all set, everything else is checked. Trim is set, order brake RTO. All the checklists are done and we got flaps 5 and green. LNAV VNAV's armed. Runway heading is tuned in and we got 4,000 for the initial climb. Runway 34 right, lining up. Into the haze, look at that. Wow. Jambo Juice, welcome. Little intersection departure for today as well. Oh, by the way, here's a click spot that we found, somebody mentioned yesterday. You can just click the word landing to turn all three on and all three off at the same time. Another little neat thing that we found yesterday. And taking it wide for that turn. Fly Tim, you could ask him, matey. There's the windsock. So we're going to kind of get a little bit of blow across, and we're going to want a little bit of stick into wind. Yeah, Fly Tim was asking yesterday, Mathis, if you're still there. If you change those to the standby instruments, the analog version instead of that digital combined one, there's no way to dim the analog versions. We had a little look yesterday and we couldn't work it out during the stream either, so it might be something that's worth having a little look at for a little quality of life feature in the future maybe. Mad traffic, Qatari 40 Golf Heavies taking off 34 right, BUNDU 2 Echo departure. Mad traffic. Okay, holding it on the brakes, we'll spool her up to about 50 this time. Brakes off. Engine's good. Toga. Okay, speed's alive. Power set. $80 knots. Just a little bit of aileron, not much, but I'm also countering and using quite a bit of rudder to maintain the centre line here. 8 knot crosswind. Bit of permanent pressure on the rudder here. Just steadily increasing. V1 rotates. V2. And off we go, canting into wind. Positive rate. Gear up. Honestly, this handles so well. Look at that livery. Spectacular. So good. Okay, follow the flight directors. I'm going to pop the runway turn off lights off there and the taxi lights off. I'm going to keep hand flying it for a moment. Just following that flight director. Water brakes off. Accelerating a little bit here. Mad traffic, Qatari 40 Golf, final call, outbound 2,000 feet, climbing away.
Mad traffic starting outside, moving takeoff runway 34 right, that is due to Echo departure.
Focusing on that flight director, checking all the controls and the instruments as we go. Flaps 1. Retract them flaps. As we do, it's asking us to pitch up slightly, so just gently we bring that pitch up. Don't need to grab the stick and yank it back. Just smooth, gentle controls. I'm going to try and bring that heading bug in line as well. So a bit of multitasking to do. Continue the climb, 180. And we're holding that speed, which is flap 1, because that was the speed required at the waypoint that we're flying at the moment. It was about 215 degrees, 215 knots, wasn't it? So rolling wings level. Couple of clicks just to get rid of those altitude constraints, which will allow an acceleration. And now with that, let's get the autopilot engaged. Still got flaps 1. We can now get flaps up. And there goes Doha's International Airport. Oh, look at that for a takeoff. Somebody right behind as well. That contrast with the cloud is incredible. Behind us there. And there is Doha in the backdrop as well. That looks spectacularly cool, doesn't it? Look at that! Yeah, real weather, James. All default as well. There's no extra add-on effects pack or anything like that installed. This is just as it is by default. Let's keep it going to 35. Set. What's the transition altitude here? 13,000. Okay, so we've got a little bit to go. Look at that haze, that's incredible. Reaching off all the way into the distance. There goes the engines wiggling away. And we've got some cabin announcements from the Luke Air tool again.
Ladies and gentlemen, the seatbelt sign will be turned off shortly. We recommend, however, that you keep your seatbelt loosely fastened at all times during the flight. If you're using a blanket, we kindly ask that you fasten your seatbelt over your blanket so it is visible. We invite you to browse through extravaganza or in-flight duty-free catalog, which is in your seat pocket. In-flight meal service will come in
15 minutes left for the raffle.
Or
14 left for the raffle, in fact.
If there is anything that we can do to make your flight more comfortable, please feel free to let us know. Thank you.
A little bit of engine bounce. That's a good 12 above. We've got a little bit of traffic up there somewhere. East and descending, so can't quite see, but that's fine. Outside air temperature at the moment 31 degrees Celsius, 310,000. We click that landing button. Bosh, they're all off. Seatbelts to automatic, which momentarily will turn them off. There we go. So cool. And we're going to go through the transition altitude very shortly. So 35, 100, right turns coming up. Let's just get ahead of that so we can enjoy the cabin view a little bit. Just going to set that roughly. Legs page. (126 degrees) it says. That's going to be tracked, so we'll just set that. And then high to low, down you go, but going the other way, look, 993 to standard pressure QNH 1013. 1 hectopascal is 30 feet approximately in altitude. So by going to standard pressure now, we've got, quick bit of maths, 1013 minus 993 gives us a 20 hectopascal difference. We times that by 30, it's 600 feet difference between standard pressure and the local QNH of 993. So we get to, let's see, if we get to 12,000 and we press standard, that'll instantly snap up to 12,600. Similarly, if we wait till 12,500, or even 12,600 now, ready? It's 12, add that extra 600 feet, bosh! Up it goes. 600, then it catches to continue to climb up. High to low, down you go. Really key rule in aviation, and about 30 feet per hectopascal for those of you trying to understand the difference there in altitude. So you can certainly be a lot lower than you realise when you're descending towards an airfield with lower pressure. Look how spectacular that livery is. Often flies into London Heathrow as well, really nice. How long is the runway in the Maldives? Sanders is saying. I think it's certainly long enough for heavies, because most of the aircraft flying into it from far afield are all big 777s or A380s. But yeah, what's crazy is throughout the day, I think there is actually in real life 4 Qatar Airways flights from Doha per day to the Maldives, and that then doesn't. Then you look at Emirates. Emirates also flies to the Maldives, I think daily as well. It's incredible. Look at that. It's just remarkably talented what some of these livery folks can do. I wish I had that kind of skill set. Nine minutes left for the raffle. I'm watching the countdown clock now. There it is. 9 minutes left. Muddy Funkster's done his first long haul yesterday, Los Angeles to Manchester with 2 times sim rate over the Atlantic. Couldn't get auto step climb to work though. Have a little look at it and see if you've got that in automatic, and then just leave the MCP set to the altitude that you're cruising at, and what you should find then is it will reach your step climb altitude and then it'll automatically change for you. So depending on how you've clicked it or what you've set it up as, Buddy Funkster, hopefully that might just solve the problem there. But to specifically give you a number, Sanders, for the runway length in the Maldives, it's 3,400 metres long. And again, for this, we can ask the aeroplane to do a constant Mach. So Mach 836, Mach 84. Let's set Mach 85, shall we? So we can ask it to do, let's see, this is going to be level at cruise there from Cukto. So we'll do Mach 85 slash from rural all the way to, let's see where our top of descent is going to be. Top of descent MM511 apparently, so that'd be basically ELBET. And from here then we'll do econ slash. So we're asking the aeroplane now to achieve a constant Mach number of Mach decimal 85 throughout the entire duration of the flight today until we reach ELBET throughout the cruise. So for the climb, we're going to keep it on econ climb. And once we level off then at the next waypoint, we're going to sort it all out into constant Mach, which is pretty cool. We've also got a couple of ETOPS entry points. What have we got? So, Schuffinek, how do I put that in? This is where I need Matthew. Oh, cool. We've got centre on line 132.15. UAE radar with PDC, OME for the login.
MS32 Juliet, speed 300 knots or greater.
Speed 300 knots, Embraer Emirates 32 Juliet.
Iran Air 644, speed 290 knots.
Speed
Iran Air 644, speed 290 knots.
So I'm not going to send that yet.
290.
I'm going to open comms with him first.
Got by 4 Tango Alpha, speed 290 knots. Got by 4 Tango Alpha, speed 290 knots.
But I'm letting him develop a gap first.
MS5 Mike, UAE radar, you identified. Flying by the SID, flight level 150.
SID 150, MS5 Mike.
UAE radar, good afternoon, Qatari 40 Golf Heavies through flight level 240 ASNAX.
Qatar 103.
Qatari 1036, speed 160 knots, maintain to 4 DME.
I think I've just been stepped on then.
Qatar 40 Golf, UA radar.
Yeah, pass message UA radar. I think I was stepped on. Currently flight level 250 ASMAX.
Qatar 40 Golf, UA radar. Good day, you identified. Flight level 350.
Good day, flight level 350. Qatar 40 Golf Heavy.
Qatar 95 Romeo UA.
So that's done, and I've now sent him
UA identified. Flight level 330.
PDC log on now. So requesting a connection with ACAS with him.
Go on 644, decent altitude 10,000 feet, connection on another 3 X Pascal.
It's at 10,000 feet, connection on and on at 3 for Iran.
Started by 5 Tango crashing, started by 4 Tango Alpha, decent altitude 2,000 feet, connection on another 3 X Pascal.
2,000 feet, 0993.
Emirates 8 X-ray, climb flight level 360.
7360, Emirates 8 X-ray.
Lufthansa Cargo 8.
He's busy, isn't he? Oh my goodness.
Emirates 5 Mike, climb flight level 320, direct Temper.
Direct Temper, climb level 320, that's 5 Mike.
It's very bright, so just turn some of the internal lights up here. Just to fight the contrast outside. Let's just try and revisit that ETOPS stuff that I was mentioning a moment ago. So putting in floaters, as we discussed yesterday. So it's a really cool feature of this aeroplane. It's certainly really useful. What we need to do is pick a VOR, and it can be any VOR. But what I'm going to do is actually put in the Maldives VOR MLE.
Sorry, 6 kilo, flying flight level 330.
So triggering a discontinuity, well actually,
sorry, 948 might climb flight level 3, correction, maintain flight level 310.
Oh, it doesn't matter, we'll do MLE down the bottom here. We don't want a discontinuity though, so we're just going to leave that as it is. We're not going to execute it, sorry. We want to trigger a discontinuity. So what have we got? N.
MS 181, flight level 320 will be your final level.
1723.4.
UA radar, MS30 Victor level 4000.
MS30 Victor, UA radar,
East.
you identified. Fine by the SID, flight level 250.
06246.
MS 479, climb flight level 340.
7.
Sierra Tango
I knew I'd bugger that. I really struggle with bloody coordinates input with this stuff. Try without the space. E06246.7. There we go. So we'll have a bit of a discontinuity going on here. So we're going to clear that for now. Delete MLE, which triggers a discontinuity. We're going to get a warning for insufficient fuel, but that's just because we're inputting a floater, which is ETOPS entry after KITAL, which is miles away. My goodness, it's all the way up there. So that's how you put in floaters, basically. But we're not going to bother with it today. We'll just erase the changes. So when you see on your flight plan, like ETOPS entry, oops, what you can do is put in that coordinate into your legs page, like so. Force a discontinuity into it, and then with that you should be able to sort it all out. Jux, you can put it into the fix info page, but that is what a real pilot does, who's done plenty of ETOPS in the past historically. Matthew, one of our channel members, So he's put it in using that, forcing in a discontinuity into the FMC. It's one of the things you can do, adding in floater waypoints. But it takes a bit of getting used to.
You identified, climb flight level 350.
Flight level 350, Osprey 598.
Cargo Lux 5124, proceed direct to center. Cargo Lux 5124, Asia, climb flight level 380.
Sander says, I think I might cross the F1 track in Abu Dhabi.
And it's 979, climb by the SID 7000.
Let's have a look. Just going to try and find where I am on Navigraph and then have a little look. Yes, you're right. Yeah, you are right. We're going to pass so waypoint rural. It's just north of Abu Dhabi Airfield there. ADV VOR is Abu Dhabi International. So we are literally passing over the F1
368 Alpha, UA radar gray, you identified,
F1
by
track.
the SID, altitude 5,000 feet.
SID class 5,000,
and you can see over in the distance there we've got the palm
Iran S644, descend by the star 8,000
and all that
feet, maintain
big
your
features of Dubai further up ahead.
Iran S644, descend by the star 8,000 feet, maintain your speed.
Sorry, I push it on to key. Okay, 8,000 and send a speed for Iran 644.
Got my 4 Tango Alpha, descend by the star 8,000 feet, maintain your speed.
By the star 8,000, maintain 290, Skydive, 4 Tango Alpha.
We just settle in now.
Emirates 30 Vector, cancel speed restriction.
Yeah, the region is actually quite tightly packed together, Agalos, isn't it? You've got Kuwait, Doha, you've got Abu Dhabi, you've got Dubai, some massive areas of the Middle East, all in a very small area.
Heavy overhead BUNDU, flight level 216 for 350.
Qatari 4, question Qatari 2472, UA radar gray, climb.
Oh, the competition has ended for the raffle.
330, Qatari 2472, heavy.
And now I don't have a say in the draw, it's automatically done by Raffle, the company that does the raffle on my behalf. So, totally out of my control. I can view the winner now.
Radar Emirates 2 Lima, class 1000.
Tickets are being verified and the draw will take place soon, it says.
Unrestricted 150.
Very exciting.
Emirates 979, climb flight level 230.
Almost, it was about 4.5 hours, Jambo. So a bit of a long one. But we can enjoy Sunday, last stream of the week. Bit of a relaxed kind of vibe, watching the ocean go by.
Osprey 518, UA radar gray, you identified, flying flight level 250.
I don't bother with the clock. That comes up every single live stream actually. And again, I always say, when fly-by-wire introduced the chrono in the A32NX, after a couple of updates, something broke with it and it introduced a massive memory leak. And this is like going back 2 years ago. It got fixed very quickly, but because of that now, I, as a rule, never use the chrono in flight sim now. Full stop. I just don't use it. So that's why we don't use the clock here. I know that might trigger some people though.
2472, maintain speed 310 knots in your climb.
310 in the climb for Qatari 2472.
Osprey 518, speed 290 knots in the climb.
And that means I need to now get rid of the Nightbot
Osprey
command.
518, climb flight level 310.
Look at that ahead of us, beautiful.
Just under cargo 875, radar 778,
This simulator gets better and better all the time, doesn't it? It's just spectacular.
Emirates 32 Juliet, descend by the star 6000 feet.
Star 6000, Emirates 32 Juliet.
Emirates 2 Lima, proceed direct center.
That's Abu Dhabi International Airport there, isn't it? Is that Abu Dhabi International Airport? Trying to look for the racetrack.
You identified. Cleared impaired 3 Charlie arrival runway 30 left.
Impact 3,
Which I
Charlie,
think is that
runway 30 left, confirm for Emirates 863.
This is remarkably cool.
863 correct. Descend unrestricted altitude 6,000 feet.
Jexy, I don't bother with the chrono at all.
Qatar
I don't use anything in replace of it.
Emirates 863.
Sierra Papa Echo Tango Juliet approaching level 290, request level 30.
Sierra Tango Juliet, climb
I've used shared cockpit once, Aguilos, and now I never, I thought I'd just never use it again because it was so messy. Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it, Andrew?
Sorry, 948 Mike, that is
I remember with FSX or FX, I think it was FS 2002 or something, with the Concorde and the default 777 out of Meigs Field, and there was a helicopter in the pack as well. And I remember at the time being completely blown away by that, but I couldn't even do
You're on a 644 descend by the south 6,000 feet.
anything half decent compared to this. I mean, look at that. We look down and it's just exquisite, isn't it?
Qatar 2472, maintain mark decimal 84.
There's the Formula 1 circuit down there.
84 greater, decline for Qatar 2472.
Osprey 518, mark decimal 82 or less in your climb.
82 or less on the climb, Osprey 518.
There it is, loading in.
Sierra Tango Juliet, climb side level 320.
Climb 320, Sierra.
That's amazing. See if I can get that on a
UAE radar Qatar 1023, passing 1,500.
screenshot overhead, shall we?
Qatar 1023, UAE radar Qatar, you identified.
That's so good.
Flight level 150.
How remarkable is this sim, eh?
Restricted, flight level 150, Qatar 1023.
Emirates 2 Lima, climb side level 360.
360, Emirates 2 Lima.
Emirates 979, shortly leave my airspace, radar service terminated, DDCOM on CT destination flight.
There it is.
Sierra Tango Juliet, climb side level 340.
Climb 340, Sierra Tango Juliet.
We're slightly offset to it.
Emirates 3 Juliet, maintain
Look
speed
how
190.
spectacular that looks, everybody.
Speed 190.
Superb.
Speed 190.
Just try and sort the drone camera horizon out there.
Juliet, speed 190 knots, decent altitude 2,000 feet.
190 knots from 10 to 2,000 feet, Emirates 32 Juliet.
Over Abu Dhabi.
4 speed 190 knots.
Speed 190, Iran.
How awesome.
Emirates 30 Victor for hire.
Emirates 30 Victor.
No cars down below.
Hardy, your climb is unrestricted, radar service terminated, on a DDCOM, on CT destination flight.
Okay, clear climb after Saturday, yes.
Sorry, 1023, proceed direct Navi.
Direct license, Qatar 1023.
Sorry, 1023, confirm Navi. November Alpha Bravo India Express.
Roger, confirm Navi.
Enzo, make sure you've updated your 777 pack, matey, by the operations centre. I'll get it sorted.
32 Juliet, turn left heading
I love the work that Atarium Liveries does with these aeroplanes. It is just second to none. It's remarkably accurate and exquisite. All of the little details makes for such a realistic looking livery. And in the pack there's like a retro jet Qatar Airways livery, 2 retro jets, you've got an all white jet as well, and we've got normal stuff as well. But yeah, Pate, I think you're right, mate. Flight simming is becoming more and more of a legitimate way of exploring the world.
Doha. Running to Takeoff 2505.
Qatar 784 UAE identified. Direct BUNDU.
Yeah, we can have a look. Good afternoon, Image Seeker. Welcome. Oh, look at the desert as well.
Direct BUNDU, 250.
Just keeps getting better and better.
Yeah, Tango Juliet, your climb is unrestricted. Radar service terminated. On the TDCOM, 1 CT destination. Bye bye.
There you go. Let's go for a walk all the way around.
Osprey 458, radar service terminated. TDCOM, 1 CT destination. Bye bye. Sorry, 6 kilo radar service terminated, DDCOM 122 destination, bye bye.
DDCOM 122 destination, bye bye, Qatar 6 kilo.
Qatar 32 Juliet, turn left heading 330 degrees, clear left 30 left.
Left heading 330 degrees and clear left 30 left, Emirates 32 Juliet.
Skydive 4 Tango Alpha, decent altitude 4,000 feet.
Next time asking, have we got any idea when the 777-300 freighter and all that kind of stuff is going to come out? No, they are working on them. Hopefully in the next 6 months, but we'll wait and see. Through the curtain to the posh seats, premium economy, and then business. Bosh.
Speed 190 knots.
Look at this. Let's take a seat. Where's that headrest? The pillow. Get comfy.
MSH63, speed 210 knots.
Speed 210 knots.
Just amazing. Take a screenshot of that.
Emirates 32 Juliet, roger, break, around 644, left heading 030 degrees.
Left heading 030, right.
Emirates 32 Juliet, speed 160 knots, maintain to 4 DME.
160 to 4, Emirates 32 Juliet.
China 8057, descending, flight level 120.
China 78057,
really impressive, isn't it?
Squawk 6053.
Let's go back to the front, because as Sim Falcon is saying, we've got some beautiful views of the desert up ahead around Amman coming up. We can just sort of sit and enjoy those. Let's have a look here at our VNAV cruise page. 201 nautical miles to the step climb.
UAE, good day, climb unrestricted flight level 230.
Unrestricted flight level 230, Turkish 65.
Runway 644, left heading 330 degrees, clear LS 3 to that.
Left heading 330, clear LS 30 left, right 644.
MS 32 Juliet, contact now, 18.75, bye-bye.
1875, Emirates 32 Juliet, good day.
Runway 644, speed 170 knots.
Speed 170, 964.
China 78057, squawk 6053.
Darren, good afternoon. How are you, mate?
Qatar 948, Mike, radar service terminated, Unicom 122 destinate, bye-bye.
I'm trying to think how to set these views up nicely for going over the desert.
Qatar 4 Tango Alpha, decent altitude 2,000 feet.
2,000 feet, Qatar 4 Tango Alpha.
Something like that, maybe.
Qatar 4 Tango Alpha, X-Flight ready.
Payware scenery buddy funkster for the Maldives. It's linked in the description, and you can buy it on Contrail.
Roger, by the way,
it's made by VueloSimple.
Emirates 863.
We're 100,000 kilograms lighter than yesterday, Aguilos. Was it yesterday, actually? Maybe not. The day before, actually. What are we? Let's have a look at our weight. Estimated takeoff weight 222,000 kilograms.
Left 030, Qatar 4
Chris, hello. Yeah, this is all default simulator stuff. I haven't got any add-ons, no updates to maps or anything like that.
1875, 644, thank you, bye.
Emirates 863, decent altitude 3,000 feet.
This kind of mountainous desert that we've got coming up is stunning. I remember flying over here 6 months ago in the sim. I can't remember what route we did, but it was remarkable. The colours and everything, as you can see now rendering in, it was just stunning, and it gets even better in about 20 minutes, approximately.
Osprey 518, flying side level 350.
Just trying to work out how much airspace we've got. I think we're about to be handed back to Unicom now. And while we're just enjoying the views, so I'm going to go to Valanta and pop the screenshots we've got so far into Valanta.
Radar, hello, Turkish 1 Tango, my crew 1,800, climbing 4,000.
Got about 4 Tango Alpha, left heading 330 degrees, clear ILS 3 to left.
330 degrees, clear ILS 30 left, got about 4 Tango.
Turkish 1 Tango Mike, UA radar identified, time unrestricted, flight level 230.
I'm flight level 230, Turkish 1 Tango Mike.
Emirates 863, speed 190 knots.
190 knots, Emirates 863.
Emirates 863, turn right heading 210 degrees, base leg.
He's super busy.
Emirates 863, turn right heading 210 degrees.
Turning right, heading T.
And I'll show you just briefly the amount of traffic that we've just been funneling into and out of here. So if I go to Volanta, look at this. That is right now the airspace around us on VATSIM.
Qatar 40 Golf, radar service terminated, monitoring com, 122 destinate, bye-bye.
1228 for Qatar 40 Golf Heavy, thanks for the ATC, good day.
Qatar 95 Romeo, radar service terminated, monitoring com, 122 destinate.
Yeah, super busy. So there we are out of Doha, small little island, the nation of Qatar. Well, I say kind of an island nation, it's not really an island nation, it's landlocked, but it is actually smaller than I think people realise. Qatar, tiny little island, sort of nation there. Even Bahrain is super small, look. But we've headed out of there, through this patch of airspace, round Dubai. Dubai is once again rammed, absolutely packed full of traffic, and we're now in Oman airspace. We'll have Muscat on the left as we go up, so towards the coast there, passing down towards the coastline, and then we'll be oceanic. So KITAL is our ETOPS point there, that's where we go oceanic properly, and then just into the descent, that's where we kind of exit that oceanic bit of airspace as well. But that is a very busy area in VATSIM, has been since the 777's been released, and it's remarkable to see. Within it though, we can have a little look at those of us flying along. Joe's up front, Osprey 458. There he is, flying that beautiful retro jet. Very odd, because it says I've liked it, but I haven't actually liked it yet. I don't know how that works. We've got Qatar 6 Kilo as well, flying the One World logo jet as well. It's really weird, Volanta's not letting me like anything. Qatari 948 Mike, it's flying the F1 livery, very nice. Followed by us, and then we've got Qatar 95 Romeo flying the retro jet there, look. That's one of the other ones available in the Atarium Liveries pack, really spectacular. Chased by Badger in his A330, looking really good there. A330-900, he's chasing us in. Really busy, loads of us flying along. Weirdly enough, that allowed me to like those ones. MPS Gaming as well, Osprey 5908 behind Badger, and then we got Ian Osprey 2472 with the beautiful, oops, keep doing that, retro Qatari livery. He's done the same with the screenshots over the F1 circuit, pretty cool. We got Zato behind him, flying his retro jet, Osprey Airways, lovely. And then we've also got Kev flying along, Qatar 674 Papa. Oh wow, we've got loads flying along, Carlito Osprey, Qatari 8784. I love the fact you guys, there's so many flying along today, this is great. So exciting. Carlito, then we've got Gatehawk as well, Osprey 664. I think this is the biggest fly along we've had in a long time. This is fantastic. Qatari 816 is off to Hong Kong, so they're not flying along. He's off to Amsterdam, ENGM, Dubai, OPKC, Oema, Dubes, loads of Heathrow. Lots flying along, really, really cool. So actually, we're forming a chain from Oman to Qatar at the moment on Volanta. And look at those views now coming in ahead of us. Pate's flying Amsterdam to Manila. Is that Manila? WMKK? God, can't remember. I'd have to Google it. Aaron, good afternoon. Going Hong Kong to Anchorage. That's a long old journey. Agalos says, by the way, something that amazed him, it was really how much fuel we use. Overall daily we use an average of 16.1 billion litres in... Is that just in Osprey Airways? Surely not. Or is that just flight sim in general? And aviation uses 575 million litres. Read it yesterday and I went, damn. Or is that fuel across the world in real life? Cars, trucks, boats, planes? Might need a bit more context for that. Zardis has got to fly to the Maldives for the first time with the one and only, absolutely. Oh, look at this, it's just... Oman is stunning to fly over, there's very little underneath to kind of go and enjoy. But look at these views. That actually looks real, doesn't it? Jux says, if you go down to the radio panel mid-left, you'll find a map button next to weather. It may not be modelled, but may as well give it a try. Not sure what I'm supposed to see. Doesn't look like it's in there though, does it? Let's just sort this drone camera out. Where is it? Look at this. This is all default. It shows you don't need all these weird complex add-ons fiddling around with satellite imagery or anything like that in the sim, because it does a really good job anyway, depending on where you're flying. I mean, look at that, off into the distance. It's probably about 8 years old, Lucid Simmer, the Bing photogrammetry around this part of the world, to be fair. I know there is a way, one of the mods that you can download updates the Bing photogrammetry, doesn't it? So I know that is one of the things that people have been doing. I still haven't tried that yet myself. I mean, look at that mountain ridge. It's incredible. We're at 35,000 feet and we're getting this detail here. Jux, remind me when we get to the Maldives to click it and we'll see what comes up. Oh wow, we've got a winner. Big congratulations to Natalie. You entered the oh, that's weird. I didn't know they actually provided my mobile phone number. I've just got a text from them. How did they do that? That is super weird. That's mega creepy. Oh, massive congratulations to Natalie anyway. How have they got my number? Oh, that's blown me away. Oh my goodness. Oh god, I'm crying. Oh. Well, there goes my privacy. Oh dear. Oh god, I'm really hot now. That's brilliant. Whoosh. Just what? Oh. Well, congratulations, Natalie. That's amazing. Actually texted me saying that just found out I've won your Turtle Beach Velocity 1 Yoke and Throttle giveaway. My oldest son is going to be over the moon with that. That's super nice. And I'll throw in, I've still got one or two Osprey Airways stickers and things. I'll throw them into the pack as well. Big congratulations to you for winning the Turtle Beach Frosty One Flight Yoke Pack. I'll spend the next day or so getting it all packaged together nice and neatly and bundled up. I've got all the leads, all that stuff is all still present with the pack as well. So we'll get all of that sent to you ASAP hopefully you'll have it by the end of the week. So big congratulations to you. A big thank you to everyone who's entered that as well, that raffle. And we've been able to put a little bit of money towards the National Foundation for Retired Service Animals in the UK. So, yeah, very exciting indeed. Albeit only a small amount to charity, but it's a charity that I think doesn't really get enough kind of awareness, certainly in the UK anyway. So, yeah. 5% of the proceeds from the raffle goes to them automatically. It's all handled away from me. It's all handled by Raffle Limited, company in the UK. Mike says, hi all, I got diverted to Muscat once because of fog in Dubai and I want to go back to Oman one day to explore. Ekatanga says, I was asked to optionally provide my mobile when creating the account at Raffle. Ah, I didn't know that. I didn't know that they automatically got my mobile number though. That's a bit weird. But yeah, whoever the young fella is, like Ian says there, is going to get some gear to enjoy the sim. So that's really, really cool. I have also got a Corsair HX 1200 watt PSU with all of the leads, or most of the leads. I'm not sure which, but I've got a massive bag of leads. And I'm tempted to put that on raffle as well and do a raffle to win a Corsair HX 1200 power supply unit, but I don't think it has all of, because it's a warranty replacement and I never actually put it into my computer. So it's brand new, it's just sat there, all sealed, but it doesn't have all of the leads attached or anything like that included because it was just a physical part, the actual module that was sent out. So probably not worth putting into a raffle. I'm not sure. What do you guys think? I don't know how to get their that mountain there looks so good. Just writing an email to them. Bosh. Well done, Natalie. That's really cool. Have you ever thought of returning to FSX for a nostalgic stream? British Transport asks. Definitely not. It's one of those things I think is, it'd be so archaic that it's so archaic, isn't it, that it probably just wouldn't look very good at all. Mike says you'll probably get people entering to win that power supply unit, to be fair, even without the leads. just as a physical box on its own. Agalos, weird, isn't it? Opens to see the winner, and then suddenly I get a text from the winner. Hold on a minute. I better text them back. If you have flown the 737, it would be easy to fly the 777, MPS Gaming is saying. And that's in response to Ed asking the following question. Good morning, everyone. I think I might try flying his 777 today for the first time. Go for it, like everyone else is saying there. It's absolutely fantastic. You're going to love it. Alright, that's why I've been finding it really hard to pull myself away from it and to fly away and, you know, in something else. And that's because I just feel very much at home in this. And the detail, everything is precisely what I want out of my sim experience. It's nail on the head kind of stuff. Look at these. This is stunning. Properly photorealistic, isn't it? Beautiful. Yeah, very true. Mike's saying there that true. People are always after PC parts. But I don't know if it's easier to put that on eBay instead. But then I like the idea of raffle because it allows you to raise a bit of money for charity as well. And it's very hands-off. They take 15% of the revenue to actually manage the raffle, the competition. But beyond that, they actually they take 15% off, but they also manage the charity donation automatically on our behalf and all of that sort of stuff. And it also is set up so it protects the people buying the tickets as well properly. Matthias, thanks for subscribing, buddy. Appreciate it. As those of you in the Discord server, our bronze, silver and gold frequent flyer members, as always, massive thank you for all of your support as well over the last couple of years we've had the channel. In the Discord server, in the club lounge, in that route vote section, you're going to find a poll. And it's to have a little look at redesigning the Osprey Airways livery a little bit. Got a couple of design ideas, and there's actually 3 now to choose from. So there's 3 options and a 4th option. And one of those is obviously we keep it as it is at the moment, but there are also a couple of other options to help decide. So if you've voted earlier when I sent the ping, there's now an extra option there that's been bolted on. So go back and just have a little look there, and we'll leave that poll running for a few days before we kind of decide on a final design. You'll get on fine with the 777, Ed. Certainly if you can fly the 737, there are some significant differences with this. It is worth saying. A little bit more like the 787. But if you're familiar with the FMS in the 737, then you'll be fine with setting all of that up inside the 777. The best thing to do is to have a little look at my tutorial series. I think we're up to 8 episodes now, covering everything you need to know, just to kind of jump into it without all of the complicated technical information, just so you can begin your learning with that without too much stress, basically. And then once you get confident, having watched those tutorial videos, you can kind of branch out and watch some of the other folks out there as well that have got some really good tutorials that go deeper into the technical information, which you might otherwise find overwhelming to begin with. Giele, it's in the club lounge section, which is for channel members to kind of vote on. It's one of the members sections. Oh, there's quite a lot of votes already though. And option 2 and option 4 are the same, but with a different colour section basically. Which actually I want to show Tapsy. So I'm just going to take a quick grabby of that. About to hit the ocean. Yeah, we can see it coming up there, look. What have we got? So step climb is recommended now in 3 nautical miles to 370. In, fair enough, nice. Oh, we might end up, if it's close, we might end up just picking all of them, to be fair. It's just one of those things. Okay, let's step climb up to 370 then. We'll save a little bit of fuel. So now with auto selected, we're automatically going into that step climb, look. So you might have noticed just a few seconds ago, with a couple of miles left to go, I've changed that, flicked it across to automatic. And as we enter that step climb, it takes a few seconds. It checks a couple of bits in the logic of the aeroplane and then goes bink, step climb, up we go. TOLDA is our next waypoint, and just prior to going oceanic we want to basically check all the fuel and everything, make sure our fuel burn is on schedule, we're not burning too much fuel. It's worth checking the engine page as well, making sure we're not burning too much oil and we don't have any issues with vibrations or anything. I'm just trying to find TOLDA at the moment. Where is it? TOLDA, 35.3 tons of fuel. That's in 11 miles. We're at 35.8. Nice. I've actually sent our SimBrief profile for this 777 that we use at Osprey Airways to SimBrief for them to put in as a specific profile for everybody to use, even the ones that aren't in Osprey Airways, because it's wonderfully accurate on fuel burn. Oh, that's amazing. The email I've had off Natalie has made me feel even better about this. Her oldest son has been after one of these for absolutely ages. He's got autism, he loves technology, loves flying, all that kind of stuff, and she can't wait to see his face when it arrives. That's really, really nice. That's made that raffle even better. It's that's really, really fantastic. Big congratulations, Natalie. Fact. I'm not offline. Oh. I wonder if that'll fit in my top box. Literally lives 10 minutes from my house. Tempted to go and drop it off on the motorbike and go and say hello to her son and stuff. Look at these colours. That is breathtaking. We would never have thought that 10 years ago, I never thought, I don't know if you guys would, we would have a scenario like this where we have a flight simulator with such immense detail and colour and realistic views and aeroplanes like the ones that we get to enjoy now, the PMDG 777, the Phoenix A320, the Flyby-Wire A32NX. All of that kind of stuff, and with more to come. Insane. Look at that, that's just remarkable. I'm trying to work out how to get this in a really cool screenshot. That's quite a nice one. I end up with hundreds of gigabytes. Of screenshots. Dusty says, did I ever get to do a flight over the Atacama Desert in the end? I remember it being breathtaking. I can't remember actually. Yeah, we would have laughed, wouldn't we, Johan, if 10 years, 15 years ago we would have said that we would have a simulator that looks this remarkably realistic. Where is the Atacama Desert? Let's see. That's where. It's not there. Oh, it's a 40-minute drive because people can't drive and they've crashed. So they literally live 17 miles away. I'm not sure if it's going to fit in my top box though, but I could go in my car. I'm trying to work out how much it would cost with postage because it's a bit heavy, isn't it? Let's have a look at the old Royal Mail. .46 by 46 by 61. Chile. Nice. Can't remember, we've done Santiago, haven't we? But I don't think we've done the Atacama Desert. Right, happy days. My fan's for some reason turned itself off. Look at that rotating. Getting really hot in here again. That RTX4090. Whoosh. .4646. It's 54 long. That's 61. 36 wide. And 26 deep, so it's a medium parcel. And to be fair, it's cheaper for me to just send it via Royal Mail. £6.19. Less than 5 kilograms, it's got to be. £10. So, sign for. How many miles do you reckon? Oh, I'm trying to work out how much it'd cost me to drive my car and back to deliver this by hand. It's going to be a bit more expensive. 40-mile round trip, isn't it? A bit more expensive than £7.60. I know £7.60 is quite a lot though. How much is a tank? 500 miles is about £60. So that's £8. Oh, it doesn't work out that way. So that's 60. 12p a mile, £4.80. Well, that answers that, doesn't it? Right, back in a second. I need to fill my pint of water up. Trick says, any plans to do Dubai to the Seychelles? Possibly, depends on the flight time, but anything over 4.5 hours is pushing it really, without using sort of time acceleration, but I don't want to make a habit of using that too much. I quite like a bit of normal real-time flying and all that sort of stuff really, personally. Set that up. Commentator, good afternoon, matey. Natalie won the raffle. Trying to work out postage and all that sort of stuff. We were saying a minute ago it's going to cost about £10 roughly, or not £9 to send it via raw mail. Or it'll cost about £5 in fuel for me to just do it myself. So I'm tempted to just do it myself. But it's finding the time to do it, that's the thing. Have you seen the new post from Honeycomb? Re the Honeycomb Charlie. It sounds very messy. 2 versions are being built by 2 different factories. What? Let me have a look at that. If that doesn't say train wreck, I don't know what does. What frustrates me is you've got content creators like Mr. Squirrel Lee taking his world's first Honeycomb Charlie because he's mates with the Nicky from Honeycomb, not actually shouting about how disgraceful this absolute mess of a company is. I can't see any announcement. I mean, they've got to start again. I'd be very tempted to raise enough money to buy the Honeycomb brand and all of that kind of stuff. I don't know how much it would cost really, but just take it over. Take it over and actually just fix it and do it properly. Because it's a wonderful product being now managed by utterly disgraceful, incompetent manufacturers / companies. So Zato saying Honeycomb now has got 2 manufacturers with 1 product, which also then means 2 different quality of products. I'm not sure, Mike. I've never heard of him, but apparently he's a content creator, Mr. Squirrel Lee or something like that. Let's have a look. Oh, it's in a group that I can't join, Ian. Or I can join, but I have to apply to join the group. It's a private group. I don't know what to do with, like, where to stand with Honeycomb, because there's nothing good anymore. And like I've said before, I absolutely love their Honeycomb Bravo. You know, I've had it now for a year almost. Love the premium feel. I really love that whole bit of kit. But now the company's just such a shower of poop that they can't be trusted. And they're just lying to everybody. And they're too busy fighting with one another. Snakebite Asia on one side, Nikki the founder on another, both pretending they control the company. Legally, Snakebite Asia actually control everything, but Nikki says that he does. You can't then have two off-branch companies. Just an absolute mess. Ah, cheers Ian, got it there. So now, flyhoneycomb.com, our previous website address, the site which most of you know is currently run by our former business partner. All previous pre-order sales from last year and subsequent charges made via this website are under their control and jurisdiction. We cannot provide any updates on when their units may ship, as they are using a different factory to build their units, nor do we have any information to do with their finances. This should provide updates. They should provide updates in due course to their customers, but Nikki is working behind the scenes to try and regain full control of the Honeycomb brand. What a mess. How much do you reckon as a company Honeycomb is actually worth? If we were to be like, you know what, as a community, let's buy it out. Let's buy it out as a community-led hardware group, I don't know. Imagine that, a community-powered company that develops hardware for flight sim. Amir, we've got General Electric GE90s on the jet, and no, they can't be changed. 15 arrivals in the Maldives, very nice MPS. The scenery here from VueloSimple looks really nice actually, so looking forward to seeing what that is going to be like. In the chat there, you're saying that I found the 777 to be very sensitive to wind in live weather. Any suggestions to that? The A320X seems more stable. No, I don't think so. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think you might have to look at your sensitivities there, your control sensitivities, because I found that the aeroplane feels, with my setup, quite heavy, and there's inertia because it's such a big aeroplane. I think they've got the handling of this jet really nailed quite nicely, and even when it's windy, I haven't found it to be particularly sensitive, but it depends on the conditions. David says more than you think most likely if we were to try and buy Honeycomb, plus both sides would want top dollar. I suppose so, yeah. And then there would be a fight as to who earns the money from the purchase of the brand, because they both think they own it. Zato there saying that in its current situation, he would estimate around $10,000 to $50,000, maybe less. I reckon it'd be more than that. I reckon they would turn around and say they want, you know, 500,000 US dollars or something. Nicky says he's always held the copyrights for the units. Yeah, he has maintained that, hasn't he? But as always, it depends on what legal paperwork there is, because the Snakebite Asia company actually owns the entire company, because he signed it all off to them when he took the funding from Snakebite. Quote, his mate, who's screwed him over. Which is a bit of a shame, but very poor business acumen has actually relinquished the control of his company entirely. Jux, have a good night, buddy. Enjoy watching the landing later. Callum says, have you thought of purchasing the force feedback yoke from Flight Sim? It looks really good, but a bit pricey. No, again, that's expensive kind of hardware, isn't it? So no, I haven't, to be fair. I'll be very keen to see what WinWing could do. If WinWing could create a pendulum-style yoke for Flight Sim, then we might have a market-topping, affordable bit of hardware to enjoy from them. That could be quite a cool option. And I don't know if they would create something like that in the future. I don't know. MPS Gaming's not capped his frames by the looks of it. He's saying that his frames are insane here over Oman. His frames per second with his RTX4090 has gone to 129. Oof. Christ. Ian says the only thing with the Flight Sim yoke that Callum was mentioning a minute ago is it's very GA orientated. The Thrustmaster is the only airline style yoke that I know of anyway. Yeah, to be honest, I purchased my Thrustmaster Boeing TCA yoke and I'm overwhelmingly not impressed with it, because the plastic feels really cheap and nasty. And actually now, a year in, the build quality is shoddy because it's already breaking. And when you go onto the forums and you look at Reddit and you look at what people are saying about these units a year later, they're all saying the same thing. They're all starting to break. Some of them have gone into the actual, they've disassembled the unit to have a look inside and have found really cheap, shoddy work quality inside the unit, and things that are breaking inside, or wires that are too close together or bound too tightly. So it's really interesting, because it looks like a really good bit of kit, but underwhelmed massively. The only thing that I like about it is the feel of the pendulum system. That's really quite cool. That's really good. But I don't think the execution has been as good as it should have been in the development of the actual manufacturing of it. But again, they don't have any proper tangible competition. Honeycomb's too busy detonating itself. WinWing haven't quite got into this side of the market yet, although they do look like they're starting to have a bit more of a push and a bit more of an involvement in civilian airliners hardware stuff. But we do need more competition in the hardware sort of market with Flight Sim, don't we? Ian, yeah, fair enough. How long have you had yours for? Billy Jetty, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Hope you're well. Happy weekend. Ace Airstream saying there, he agrees with Trix. The RMPAR approach into the Seychelles is rather fun, especially in a 777, and a suggestion there for us to revisit the route we did about a year and a bit ago. We did it in the 737, I think, didn't we? Or maybe, was it the 787? I can't remember. We did Addis Ababa to Seychelles, suggesting that there as an option for a future route. About 12 months, yeah. See, mine started to break 11 months into ownership. And it's just a little tinkery issue that's developed. It's not significantly problematic. And it only comes about when I'm doing the control surface checks. If you're going to be pushing fully forward, it starts to cause a jitter on the ailerons all of a sudden. And a lot of people on Reddit and stuff have said they've had the same. They've had to take all the casing off, and they found that a load of wires are too tightly packed together inside. So when you do push fully forwards, it crimps one of the aileron sensors, which then causes a twitch in the aileron, which seems to be a bit of a manufacturing oversight. And I'm tempted to just open it all up and have a little look, but I might just let it develop into a bit more of an issue first. No more step climbs. Carlito's had the same problem with his Boeing TCA for the last 6 months. Wow. Yeah, that's not good, is it, mate? That's a lot of problems over the last 6 months for you then. I mean, a year and a half now, or just over a year and a half into my Next Level Racing Boeing seat ownership, that is now, it's becoming a bit uncomfortable. The foam pads on the bum on the seat is kind of giving away now with the amount of use that it's had, and I don't really know how to order a new one, because you can't just go onto the website and order one foam seat cushion, which is crazy. But I don't know really how to solve that. Ian, actually, you have ordered, well, you've sent yours away to be reupholstered, haven't you, with a company in Australia. How has that worked out for you? Have you got it back yet? I think I'd need to look at doing something similar here in the UK, I reckon. Okay, no, Next Level Racing sent it to me for like a review and all that sort of stuff. Ian says he replaced his seat last month. I had a foam shop redo it with a firm foam, and it was next day delivery, $60 Australian. Fair, okay, fair enough. I suppose that's probably quite expensive though for a foam seat, isn't it? But needs must, I guess. Has to be done. A little bit of cross-flow traffic there. Dubai, this little section of the world looking really busy again. And there we are. All the way down the Arabian Sea now towards the Maldives, which is not too busy, in fact, thankfully. A couple of departures there that will clear off by the time we get there. We are the only ones inbound except for that Emirates 6 November Mike there, which is good. So a couple of others as well, actually. They're going to Sydney, and that's going to VRDA, wherever that is. Yeah, should be good. It's a really long haul aircraft flights going on at the moment with this, which is really cool. Pop those screenshots in there. Ashley, hello. Do you mean the seat? Next Level Racing. I think that's probably probably a not bad thing, actually. I'm looking at maybe doing that at some point. It's not quite at the point where it's really, really uncomfortable, but it's at the point now where I'm noticing it. So I'm on the verge of exploring options, to try and get a new seat done, really. Organ Aviator Hello says it's a similar thing with his Logitech Pro 3D flight stick. Bought it for about 25 quid and it's served him very well, but some of the buttons have now stopped working. But overall, very impressive for the price. You do get some really good bits of kit, really, to be fair. I reckon they might, actually. I reckon there might be ad hoc spares, like, you know, they'll send you a seat for a couple of quid and you pay the postage or something, maybe. I don't know. In fact, while we're at it, nextlevelracing.com. I'm going to send them a support email. God, they've got so many ambassadors, it's insane. Let's go contact. General support. So let's see. I'll find out for you guys and I'll let you know when they reply at some point in the future. They're actually based in Australia. They're based in Queensland. So I've sent a request off to them saying, is there a way to get a seat cushion replacement for the Boeing seat? MPS says if you can afford the Thrustmaster pendulum rudder pedals, they are very good. He's had his for a few years now. But I'll be curious to compare them against the Winwing Orion pedals that somebody just mentioned in the live chat earlier. Build a Bidded Yeti. Just purchased the Winwing Orion rudder pedals to replace the Logitech pedals. They look like a promising company for the commercial aviation sector. Yeah, and the offering for their pedals actually look quite good for rudders. So it'd be interesting to see at half the price how they compare to a pendulum rudder pedal system from Thrustmaster, because they do look very good. I think if I was to replace my rudder pedals, which in the next year or so they might need replacing, will most likely, if I was to purchase any of them, I'll probably be buying the Winwing Orion rudder pedal system out of anything else. Bidded Jetty says it's a shame to hear about the TCA yoke from Thrustmaster though. Can't say I'm too surprised to hear about the issues the moment I saw the plastic housing. He had concerns. Yeah, and you might not necessarily get that realistic overview from people that are paid ambassadors for these sorts of companies. If they get their yoke that breaks, they probably got a replacement sent to them next day. So you're not necessarily going to get that from the folks that are getting all of this hardware sent to them as part of a full-time contracted ambassadorship, which is a shame. I'd like to think they probably had issues, but they may not have actually explained it, or or it's been replaced pretty much immediately, so they've not had that issue like we're all experiencing. Durst2 says he's very happy with his Turtle Beach rudder pedals. Excellent replacement for his old Cytex. Yeah, I've heard very, very good things about the Turtle Beach rudder pedals, to be fair, and I've not experienced those either myself yet. Transport Enthusiast says that he's heard somebody somehow got a real 777-200 yoke and he managed to link it all up to his sim. That's pretty impressive. Way beyond my technical ability though. Ahmad's saying, do we use lossless scaling? No, I don't. I don't have a need for it. And to be fair, I don't really want to fiddle too much with loads of add-ons like that going into the sim. There are a lot of people yesterday in the live chat having problems with lossless scaling, and my advice to them was stop using it and see how it is without it. It's one of those things that's been massively hyped up in the community recently, but I'm not convinced that it's any good for for most people. I'm not sure if it does have. It's more of a trick, isn't it, than anything else. Sean, welcome. Good morning to you in Virginia. Pegasus Airlines, thanks for subscribing. You might be watching as well. This is a question asked yesterday. You might notice that my thrust setting there for the engine says climb, and you might get that confused with cruise. If we go into VNAV, well, legs and then into VNAV, you can see the aircraft is in cruise mode. So the aeroplane is in cruise. However, what this is doing is it's allowing the engine to use climb thrust as a maximum limit, which is 101% N1 if it's needed. So it's totally normal, it's completely fine. I think somebody asked it yesterday, and I think one of our channel members, I'm trying to find it, answered him, who's a real pilot. There we go. You are in cruise mode, just the engines have a limit of climb thrust. This is normal. It's basically just it's showing you what the maximum available N1 limit of the engines are. Canadian Flight Sim says good morning. Good morning, matey. He says he's tried lossless scaling and his sim does better without it. Yeah, you're tricking your graphics card and your computer to think it's to do frame generation, aren't you? Basically. And even with my frame generation in the RTX4090, because it's doubling up frames, if I just go here now and click off, can't really see it. See that little jitter if I click into the screen? That's the frame generation refreshing where it's at. So you get, even me with my RTX 4090 using just standard frame generation, which this card is very capable of, I still get stutters and artifacts. That'd just be one of those things you can't really solve with frame generation. But this is what's difficult now. I've noticed now there's so much clickbait going on in the flight sim community with loads of content creators all desperately vying for views to boost their revenue, whatever it might be, that is actually very difficult to work out what realistically is a decent add-on or not. And I'm finding it frustrating and confusing as a content creator. So I can't begin to understand how somebody watching or scrolling through YouTube or the Microsoft Flight Simulator Facebook group, the unofficial one, and they're seeing all this hyped up nonsense clickbait, and they don't know what's real or what's genuine and what's not. It's difficult, and I just wish there was a lot less clickbait in the flight sim community from content creators, because it would make things a lot less confusing for everybody, to be fair. Just want facts, want nice simple bits of information, want stuff that's going to help people without all the clickbait gumph, and I think that'd be better for everybody. But that's my own opinion. Ahmed says I've just got it, and it's only £5, so we'll give it a try. He's got a 2070 Super for it, so he needs something to get better frames. Fair enough. Eden, how do you put the ILS frequency into the FMS in the 777? You go to Navrad page and just type it in where it says ILS. It says park because it's deactivated because we're in flights, but that will then unlock itself later on during our flights. Automated says lossless scaling for him works really good, but at night it's terrible. Of course there are artifacts, but very minimal to other frame generations that he's tried. Yeah, it's very mixed results for everybody. Yeah, Arco, unfortunately, mate, that is true. People will sell their soul for free add-ons, let alone views. I try and be entirely honest and transparent with all my thoughts, views and everything on this channel, and I've always said before, just because I've been sent something for free doesn't mean it skews my views and my thoughts. It's all my own personal, genuine opinion. I cannot stand people that will kind of flip back and forth with their views based on whether they've had something sent to them for free or not. I think that's pretty disgraceful, because it's not honest with anyone else watching. And yet the clickbait might have doubled. If I was to do clickbait, for example, I might have doubled my subscriber count, and therefore with the views that it would get, I might have doubled my revenue. But that's not why I do it. I don't do content for that. I do it because I love being part of this awesome community. It gives me a really good reason to flight sim for 4 or 5 hours a day on my day off. A stream might earn me £10, but that means I'm earning something from it, which pays some of the bills to the electricity, and I can then justify it to the missus, which is a win-win. So, and I enjoy it. I love the fact, like today, look at these views. They're absolutely bloody brilliant, and we've got this mega list of people flying along today, which I find utterly exciting and really quite humbling. That's why we do it here. And because I love flying. I wish I was a real pilot. I just can't afford to be one. This is as good as we're going to get. Mike says he's the same with Active Sky. He doesn't see the need for it when the default weather is so good. I'm the same. Yeah. I'm not a massive fan of buying lots of add-ons to improve a sim, which is already quite good anyway at the best of times. And most of the stuff like default weather and things, we don't need to add extra add-ons that change some of the immersion of the weather and things and the atmospherics and stuff, because some of it's actually quite overblown and over the top, and you don't actually need to kind of do it unless you want that more of an arcadey kind of vibe to it, which I know some people do like. Everybody wants a different experience, don't they? Rosterman says the clickbait is almost as bad as the airline crash recreation community. My goodness, yeah, what is that all about? I don't get it. Craziness. But again, people gobble it up and they click in their thousands. Their livery's stunning, isn't it, Canadian Flight Simmer? Eden, have you set your ILS approach up in your FMS? You get it out of park automatically when you get closer to the airfield. So we have covered that in some of the other videos and streams we've done. I haven't set up for the approach yet in the Maldives, and because of that we don't have an ILS frequency. I could manually tune one if I wanted to, but the park will remain there, and that's because the aeroplane has said, well, hold on, I'm far too far away, so I'm not looking for the ILS, so it's parked. When we get within the range of the field, the airfield, that's where you'll see park disappear, and then you'll get information on the the primary flight display there covering the ILS frequency that you've tuned in. So you might just be way too far away still. Aviation A7's flying an Air Serbia A330 to Rome in the sim, nice. Rosterman, it's Volanta, it's powered by Orbex. VOLANTA.app. And with that, there's a free package where you can download and use Volanta for free. If you want to then kind of enhance it even more and have, I think, realistic routes and call signs, screenshots, and a few other things, you've got to pay a monthly fee, like a subscription for it. So it just depends on what you want really from it all. Captain Medi, welcome matey. Thank you very much for joining us today. Bronze frequent flyer. Appreciate the support. Joining us as a channel member. Good to see you. Good afternoon, Sandeep. How are you finding the 777, mate? I know you purchased it yesterday. We were chatting about it on the live stream, and you've been diving into all the tutorial videos over the last few days as well. So how have you found it so far as a new 777 pilot, having come from something small like the 737? Yeah, you'll get through it, Sandeep. Like I said yesterday, it's a very complex aeroplane, and we're sport with the sheer automation in an Airbus, like you're saying there, the A320nx, superbly automated. The fly-by-wire system in the Airbus does most of it for you, but we don't have that luxury in a Boeing, because the whole ethos of Boeing, with these aeroplanes, is the pilots have the overwhelming control and decision-making abilities, whereas the Airbus, the computer does most of the thought for you. So it's a completely different recalibration of your mindset really with flying these aeroplanes. Very, very good though. But that's what makes these aeroplanes, the Boeing, so good for flight sim, because they're a bit more hands-on and there's a bit more work to be done with it. Quite a crosswind today, 44 knots. It's about 20, realistically about 20 knots crosswind, and a 20 knot headwind, once you kind of work it all out roughly. Yeah, you'll get there, Sunday. Just keep chipping away and keep repeating the same things over and over again. Keep doing the same flights. Once you get like an ILS approach now, then try something else. Try a bit of auto land. I've done a tutorial video for that as well. And then try and hand fly it. The remote pause feature on Volanta Rosterman I never used, to be totally honest. There's like an auto state saving function which it does, but I found when we used it previously, albeit a year and a bit ago, every 2 minutes it froze the sim for about 30 seconds while it took a snapshot of the aeroplane, and then I just found it quite worrying to use, so I disabled that and never used it. Dirty 2, you had a power cut, my goodness. Pushback at Castor up nice. But yeah, as Canadian Flight Sim was saying, compared to the 737, the 777 is quite automated, but it's nowhere near Airbus standards. Ancient Dino, welcome mate. Flying Leeds to Leeds. Leeds Bradford to Girona. Leeds Bradford to Spain, nice. How does the 777 fly? Welcome Tim. Really nicely. I found that you can understand the size of the aeroplane and you get a feel for it when you're hand flying the aeroplane on final approach, or even like the departure we had out of Qatar a moment ago at the start of today's live stream. I hand flew the first turn and climb out until we got to about, was it about 5,000 feet? We'll put the autopilot on, folks. I can't remember now. But it feels heavy and it's got inertia as well. You can kind of, I don't know how they've done it, but they've managed to code in the inertia that the real aeroplane would probably have as well, because we put a bit of right aileron in. Initially we'll command that right roll, but the aeroplane won't immediately start to roll because of the forces that are enacted around the aircraft, the sheer size of it and the inertia that it needs to overcome. So I think they've done a really good job of that, which is really quite cool. So very impressed I am. Matthew, morning mate. Crosswind component rule of thumb, 30 degrees off is 50% crosswind, 60 degrees off is 90% crosswind. How did you find the restore flight function in New Sky Canadian Flight Simulator? It works pretty well, doesn't it? When you get something disastrous like a power cut or a crash to desktop, you can use that restore flight function in our virtual airline client New Sky, and it zips you back to where it crashed, which is quite cool. Good. Saved many a flights, I think, that restore function. I think, to be fair, it's the best restore flight function that is available in Flight Sim at the moment. Osterman says, speaking of autoland, can I go straight in with VNAV LNAV and only have to go into approach mode before the initial approach fix? In this, yeah, you could do. There wouldn't be anything necessarily stopping you from doing that. But you want to make sure your VNAV is all set up really accurately to get yourself just in nice and controlled at the right speeds, at the right time, and at the right altitudes at the right time as well. Militia 22, hello. Planning on flying around Australia with the 777 anytime soon? Perhaps. We did one the other week. It wasn't around Australia, but we hopped Sydney down to Auckland, New Zealand. Did that last week. Yeah, we're using an Atarium Liveries Qatar livery today, Militia, which is spectacularly detailed. If you are tuning in and you haven't yet seen the cabin, look at this. Even down to like the colour of the lights in the overhead. Slight sort of yellowy look. Andres, welcome. Yeah, it's been like that for about an hour, MPS Gaming. We mentioned it a little earlier on over Abu Dhabi. We're probably going to have to use 1.8 for landing. I mean, even the wall, look at that. The detail on that bulkhead is exquisite, really accurate. And we can pop into premium. And then business looks remarkable. Look at this. Very snazzy. Yeah, the Emirates one is remarkable as well. That's like a whole other level. With all the special lighting at the top and all that. I don't know how he does it. It's remarkably good. That'll be a livery to use for another day, Johan. Using Translate View as a keybind, Sundeep, and I've got it bound to one of the little tiny joystick things on my Boeing TCA. How to illuminate the cabin for night flights, Rosterman. Well, night flights, don't forget, the lighting is actually predominantly turned off for most of the flight on a night flight with most airlines. If you want to change that though, you need to go into the FMS menu, FS Actions, Cabin Lights, and you need to revert to manual, and then you can turn the levels on and off as required. Yeah, give those clicky things a go, Rostman. Hopefully that'll solve it, and you can manually control the lighting if you want. Blue Stick, hello, says, is it possible for developers to make custom three-dimensional seats? I'm really not sure. I don't think the PA works either, British Transport Enthusiasts. I don't think so. There is an option down here for cabin interphone and all that sort of stuff, but I don't really know if it... I don't think it works. I'm not sure. I've never been able to get it to work if it does. $28.6. $28.3, so we're 300 kilograms above on fuel. That's good. Darryl, welcome. Thanks for subscribing. Good to see you. I hope you're having a good weekend. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It's a good conga line, isn't it, Zato? It's the longest one we've had in a little while. Let's hopefully now Volanta's stopped creaking a little bit and we can have a little look properly at some of these screenshots. Ah, look, yeah, it's letting me click like on them now. That's really cool livery. Great screenshots. What else we got? BEA 28 on Qatar 6 kilo. That's the one we've just had a little look at. We've got Qatari 40 Golf. That's me. Sherlock. Qatari 948 Mike below. Those screenshots. Apparently we're about to overtake, or have overtaken. Badger, Qatar 919. Doing well to keep up in his A330. And once again, it's not letting me click like on anything. Brilliant. Ian Osprey 2472. Loads of screenshots. Been a picturesque route today, hasn't it? So, like me, we've been snapping away quite merrily. That wing structure is stunning. And that desert was remarkably nice. That retrojet is really cool. Flies into Heathrow quite often as well, this retro 777. On one of the 4 or 5 services that Qatar do into Doha from Heathrow every day. MPS Osprey 598. And we've got Zato in the retro jet, or the vintage jet, sorry. There she is, look at that. Kev, Atari 674 Papa. Carlito Osprey 784. He's flying Qatari 784 today. Callum Qatari 95 Romeo. Again, going for the retro jet. It's a popular one, that, isn't it? It's a slightly different version, though. That's the 25-year anniversary one, I think, isn't it? Let's just have a look at the engines. Yeah, 25 years anniversary retro jet design there. Gator Hawk, Osprey 664 Whiskey. Awesome screenshot over Abu Dhabi. We got long. What else? VRMM Simulation PC Emirates 324. Looks like he's joining the back of the pack there. And a Dubes. Dubai looking great with that screenshot there, isn't it? Really nice. That's a long flight ahead for somebody. Look, it's Kaprowski, Qantas 10 in the 789 Heathrow to Perth. Wow. A lot of people going into Maldives in general. It's a very popular little flight. There's our little chain of merry pilots. Daryl, hello. Says, nice to see you flying from Doha. This is where I fly in real life. By the way, I think you are legally too close with the traffic ahead. You are both at the same altitude. Uh, 10 miles. Not too close. Oh, it suggests on Volanta we've just almost overtaken somebody. Or have overtaken somebody, but I can't see them on TCAS or on the traffic map or anything. So I don't know where they are. So one thinks that we're okay. Don't know. But we'll keep an eye. Who is that up ahead actually? What's your Mach number? I think it's Joe. Or it's Qatari 6 Kilo might be. Or Qatar 948 Mike. I'm not sure. There's 3 aeroplanes ahead. Let's have a little look. What are we? Stats 38614. Qatar 948 Mike. Sherlock. And Joe as well. What are your Mach numbers? I'm at Mach decimal 85 with a constant Mach. Arco says, will I be picking up the Just Flight Avro RJ? Yeah, I think so. Again, it depends. There's no release time, is there, for it? But hopefully it'll be releasing at some point in the near future. And with that, we'll be able to enjoy a little bit more kind of quad-jet regional ops in what is a remarkable aircraft and what was the last British-made airliner, sadly. But the BA146 is great to fly in the sim, but it's lacking kind of all the modern avionics that make things quite comfortable on VATSIM. So it'd be nice to get into the Avro RJ and enjoy that kind of old school feel, but with some more modern avionics again. So yeah, definitely we'll be picking it up at some point. Hopefully I'll be able to give you guys some previews with it, who knows, nearer the time. Has anybody tried offset tracks in the PMDG 777? Here's a question for you. Has anyone tried it? Because do you remember ages ago we did a couple of offsets, didn't we? Trying to think how to do it in this. Yeah, Ian, that's what makes me hesitant to try and dig it out of this. Offset down there. Has anyone tried it? Because I remember trying it in the 737, as Ian recalls, quite a while ago. They did fix it though in the PMDG 737 after we tried it, and then it crashed to desktop. Initially it worked for ages, and then as we tried to come back into our normal LNAV path from the offset, it crashed. Has anyone given it a go? I'm not sure. But there it is in the route page. Yeah, they're on 1/8 now for arrivals and departures at the Maldives. Let's have a little look at the TAF command in the live chat, see what the forecast is for the next couple of hours throughout the day over there. So what have we got? 1100 Z, between 12 and 18 Z tomorrow. Winds 200 at 7 knots. All the 9s with few clouds, towering cumulus at 1700 feet. Temporarily between 7 today, so 1400 Z to 2000 Z. We're flying into that. That could be quite spicy. 5,000 meters visibility and thunderstorms and rain with cumulonimbus at 1700 feet. Oh, this could be quite spicy. I don't remember seeing that on the weather forecast yesterday when we were planning the route. My goodness. What's the current METAR then? Oh, it's building. 210 at 8. Scattered. Time cumulus at 1,800. Broken at 27,000. UNH 1007. I can't work out how. I mean, it looks like we're speed matched 10 miles. Look, with that aeroplane. So I'm not going to try it yet. But as Ian's saying, you can go route, and you can do L for left or R for right, followed by a number, and you can then set 1 or 2. So you could do R1 for a 1 mile right offset track, L1 for a 1 mile left offset track, R2 would give you 2 miles to the right, follow an offset, that kind of thing. This cloud looks like it's pretty high, doesn't it? But nothing on the weather radar. I think we're speed matched anyway, so it should be fine. Tia, it's Valanta. It's a stream overlay. Earhawk says, good afternoon. Just landed in the MD-11 into LAX. Just need to work out how not to smash it into the runway. Going to look for short 777 flight to do after. So many great aeroplanes we've got now. Yeah, the MD-11, I find it quite tricky to land nicely. It's a bit of a handful, isn't it? I think if we're closing on 10 miles, it looks like we're going to go into this cloud at 37,000 feet. Cool, blimey, governor. So runway 18. So probably going to have to change that then to the ELBET 1 Bravo arrival instead. ELBET 1 Bravo. Which will then be ILS X-ray, I think. Let's have a little fiddle around in the charts here. So Idrock into Pari, then a Pari inbound, and that's going to be from 2,000 feet. Wow. Okay. What altitude at Apari? Max 210 knots at or above 4,000 feet. That's a 4 knot crosswind, 7 knot headwind. So we're going to do the ILS X-ray 18. Transition Apari on the ELBET 1 Bravo arrival. That's what we're going to do. This is so I would assume if they're okay 10 miles ahead and they haven't hit loads of turbulence, I would assume there's no turbulence. He says. We'll find out in a second. You can't put the transition altitude in the MD-11 roster, man. It's not a feature on the real aeroplane, apparently. So you can't do it in the sim either on the MD-11. What's amazing, right, just thinking back to that raffle, Natalie's won the Turtle Beach Velocity 1 yoke for £10. That's so cool. Dusty says, gee whiz. Haven't heard that in a long time. Love using max continuous climbing at 146. Currently doing near 5,000 foot per minute from Castrop. Hope you don't mind the fuel bill, Luke. Oh my goodness. We're cooking on gas then on your flight. My goodness, that's insane. Maybe you're squirting a load of NOS into the engines as well as Jet A1, maybe. Halfway there. My goodness. What I might do is time. A couple of hours left to go. We'll probably whack the 14:52, isn't it? So we'll whack the time to there. We'll see how we go. I want sunset into the Maldives. What do you guys reckon? And I'm going to be back in about 5 minutes. I'm going to run downstairs and I'm going to grab some snacks because I'm pretty hungry, to be fair. I just realised I haven't had any lunch today. The stream started earlier than usual, 12:15, and all of the setup started at about 11 o'clock. So I've been working away through setup, tinkering with various things, getting things set up, and then, yeah, whoops. I realised I haven't actually eaten anything since I've got up this morning. So I'm going to go and grab some snacks and some food very briefly. I'm going to run back upstairs with it so I can crack on with the chat. It gives me the opportunity to fill my water up again as well. I may have found a packet of Oreos, not particularly the healthiest choice, but definitely the most Moorish choice. It was either that or make a sandwich, but I think, well, we got 2 hours left to go in the flight. I reckon a couple of Oreos, maybe a packet of crisps in an hour. That might set me, see me through towards dinner. And then I'll have something healthy for dinner. Rosterman, I'm not sure. Have you got like from FlightSim.to the 777 profile installed for it for the 777? Because it's not officially supported yet by GSX. So I found it. If you go to FlightSim.to, there are a couple of profiles. I can't remember which one it is that I've downloaded, but basically go for the one with the most 5-star views and the most downloads, and you'll probably find that'll work quite nicely and it'll stop you snapping about. He says, hopefully, anyway. Grant, welcome. Joining in from Colombo, Sri Lanka with the UPS 747 cargo. Nice one. Good afternoon. Definitely worth downloading that GSX profile for 777 anyway. At least until it's patched and actually solved with an official support from GSX. Because it will then give you a little bit more stability when you're using the GSX add-on for the PMDG 777. Just gonna have a quick check on the route. Wow, okay. That's pretty, that's quite a landslide for a vote. So, Carlito suggested, right, I'm going to show all of you watching the members poll that's going on at the moment in our Discord server. So it's in our dedicated club lounge, which is a members only section of our server. Let me just get this sorted out so you can see it. So basically asking our members to choose a new Osprey Airways bird design. So you might be familiar with it on our various liveries. I don't know if there's a way for me to show it you somehow. Is anyone using it on a screenshot? Actually, yeah, so Joe's using the Retrojet, right? So I've on Volanta here. It's like a navy blue, isn't it? The bird outline, but obviously on the Retrojet sometimes we use a white version as well, but there it is on the tail of that retro 777-300, or the vintage 777-300 livery that we've got for Osprey Airways, right? We're all familiar with that one, aren't we? That bird over there that's flapping away, reaching its feet out to touchdown. See if I can get a different angle of it. Zato's got a few screen grabs as well, hasn't he? There we go, a little bit more clear there. So that's the current option. That's what we have on all of our liveries at the moment, right? That white bird, but it's also, there's like a navy blue. That's the primary colour, the navy blue one. He says. So this is what the members are voting on at the moment. Our bronze, silver, gold frequent flyers in our Discord server. 3 options. Well, actually 2 options. A third is keep everything the same, and option number 2 and option number 4 are the same bird design, but actually turned into like a, one's got a load of colour on it, one hasn't. So there's option 1. And these are basically go on to the livery designs going forwards. as the new Osprey mascot, the bird design, which I think is really, really nice. Very clean, very minimalist, beautiful details around the feathers and everything as well. And we got this one here, option 2, which has got some spectacular colours all around it. Really nice colours and shading and all sorts of stuff going on. A little bit more detail than the previous version. So there's a lot more going on that bird. And Carlito then, after I set up the poll, suggested, actually, what about that, but more of a black and white design? So option 3 is that, which is the same as option 2, but with a different colour theme. And it's been a bit of a landslide so far. There's another option of keep everything the same and don't change it, don't create a new bird. But currently it's 11:11. And NPS Gaming had a really good idea. Why not use that on some of the liveries, and that on some of the other liveries? But it's, I mean, that's quite the win, isn't it? A couple of people said keep it as it is. 2 people have said go for the option 1, which is that one, the white and blue bird there. But these have been overwhelmingly popular as a new bird option there. That's beautiful, isn't it? That's really nice, that black and white. But that's a draw, that's a tie, 11 apiece. So, or 10 apiece rather. So that's quite remarkable. Now, not everybody has voted. Only a few have bothered to vote in the lounge so far. So it might change, but I'm thinking of just cracking on with it and giving Tapsy and that the design, and Zato the design for the go ahead. David says it looks more like a J than an Osprey. What does a J look like? J bird. Is it? Oh, stand by. I don't think so. Let me just split the two here. Oh, it looks quite different. Just trying to find a suitable picture of an osprey now. One that doesn't have a fish in its hands. Although actually, you know what, I'll use that one. This is like a magazine. Charleston City magazine. Somebody's actually designed a... That's quite close. I love how that's got a fish in its legs on that one. I don't know how that's been created though, so that's one thing to bear in mind. What else have we got here? These are all ospreys. Trying to find one that kind of matches the one on the left a little bit more closely. Yeah, like that. There we go. Open image in a new tab. That's not far off, is it? Yeah, maybe the beak should be a little bit more pointy. If I, on the left screen, go to the colourful one now. Well, the colours on that are actually fairly close, aren't they? Minus the blue. I've tried to change them a bit more. The best I could do is like a monochrome colour, because the gradient stuff makes it quite difficult for me to just repaint manually. Cool.
Totally purchased for tea and not gin, honest.
Oh, epic! Dirty 2, legend. What have you just purchased? Yeah, the body's slightly longer, Johan, but I can't get it mega perfect. Oh, nice one. Bought a hard landing mug and a travel mug. Appreciate it. Yeah, I've got some new new merchandise products that are out as well, actually. And I'll show you guys these, because these are pretty cool as well. Are actually spectacularly stunning. Although I am biased in that sense. Here's the merchandise shop. So I've got a new Japan range. Look at these mugs. Look at that. Little Osprey Airways logo in the middle around the side of it as well. And on the other side of it, you've got like a Japan Rising Sun Mount Fuji design. And there's the Osprey Airways logo, front and centre in the middle. But I might put the new bird on that. That's the thing. So I might have to refresh that with the new logo if we end up changing the bird. So that could become very limited edition because we might be about to change it. But the colour mug comes in, like, I've got the Osprey Airways Captain Loki ones. It comes in loads of different colours. Look. So you can have one based on your favourite colour in the selection. And there's a big old 15-ounce one for a big old mug of coffee as well, look. And then we've got, for the people with AirPods, we've got those designs put onto various AirPod cases that clip on around the AirPod case as a protective cover. And on the other side you've got that lovely Shinkansen kind of look on it as well. So a couple of different designs on each side as a reversible two-sided cover, which is really quite cool. And then what have we got? Some t-shirts for the Francis bourgeois of all of you. Shinkansen front and centre. And then you got for like the Fuji Dreams kind of theme there as well. Look at that, beautiful. Loads of different t-shirt colours as well. Tons of different sizes. Yeah, just slowly refreshing little elements of the store and all that sort of stuff. But I'll leave the members poll up for a little while longer in our Discord lounge for people to kind of just decide what to purchase, which logo to go for. I was just reading my ping on my phone saying Dirty2's just purchased something from our store. Very exciting. You'll have to share some photographs of them when they arrive, Dirty2, in our Discord server. Lightspeed, well, we're an official virtual airline of VATSIM, so you wouldn't, if you were to set up a virtual airline of your own, you wouldn't be able to have one that is the same as our virtual airline. It would need to be something entirely unique. So you'd have to pick a different animal, for example, like I was going to say Lion Air, but that's a real life airline. You could have Lion Air virtual, but you get the gist. You wouldn't be able to just replicate Osprey Airways, because that's unique to this channel and the community. And we're officially approved by VATSIM. When am I going to go to Goa? Julian says. Is there any scenery for Goa? I don't know if I've said this story in the past, but my grandparents growing up, before they got too ill and then eventually passed away, they would go to Goa every year. Initially, before they got older, it was twice a year. They always went around the shoulder season, so spring and then into from summer into autumn as well. And they'd go for a whole month at a time, and they absolutely loved it. And they'd take suitcases full of stuff to donate to local schools and things like crayons and various things back then, when it was still very much a up-and-coming destination that was under quite a bit of development. They spent a lot of time out there. They just absolutely loved it. And I've always thought to myself since growing up, I'd love to visit Goa and see what they loved so much about it, even though it may have completely changed in the 20 years since they last visited. They used to come back with an insane tan as well, like some next level tan that just looked brilliant. But not many airlines go there direct, do they? That's the thing. Julian says there is for Vogo. Ah. We have to add that to the list then. It's still up. Amazing. I went there a few months ago, Julian says. Is that in real life? What is there to do in Goa? Okay, now all of a sudden that plane's slowed down. Oh, look, cross-flow traffic. Whoa, yeah, he's close. He's at the wrong altitude, I think. Whoever that is. Because he's level with us, pretty much. Although that says 800, so he looks like he's at the correct altitude. Off he goes. What the? Picking up someone else's contrails there as well. Amazing. Off he goes, zooming away. This has become such a busy bit of airspace, hasn't it? With the release of the 777. So many people flying and buzzing around from like Dubai or Doha into the Maldives, across to India. It's become a really popular part of the world in the sim. It's pretty cool. Watch out, someone doing time compression coming up from behind just zipped past him. Brilliant. So that's an example of how not to use time compression then, if that's the case. Because if there's a chain of aircraft oh look, Oh wow. Who's that? That is Sherlock, who's going left for some reason. I don't know why he's going left. Because he's going to the Maldives. But he is going left. Maybe he's on a different path, I don't know. He's at 370, is he, Ian? That's going to be interesting when he collides with us. 171, 170 ELBET, 180, 986. That's a really long arrival, ELBET. MPS said he's just had somebody rocket through. In fact, that's him there, look, coming into view. This is how not to use time compression, folks. On VATSIM. Because if it's this you should disconnect. This is a prime example of poor situational awareness. Just going to snack on an Ori while he zooms past whoever this is. And he's now ignored. Absolute clown. There's an airplane over there as well. Was that the airplane that was doing left and right a moment ago? Maybe it was. He's now 2.5 miles ahead. If I unignore him... Oh, now he's 4.5 miles ahead. There he is, look. The Emirates flight. Using time compression. Just zooming along. Now, that's just not how you use time compression on VATSIM. What you should do, if you want to be a decent person on the network, and you should kind of work it all out, there are various things that you can do to try and work it out. Things like Volanta. So it's very easy. You can just go on Volanta and go, oh, there's 10 aeroplanes there that I want to fly through that I might be in the way of by using time acceleration, because they are all clearly flying at normal speed. So you just disconnect from VATSIM. Disconnect from VATSIM until you're clear of that last aircraft there, Osprey 458. At that point, reconnect and carry on with time compression on the network. And that's how to do it politely and work with everyone else around you who are trying to do stuff on the same network together. It's just general kind of politeness. So that's how you should use time compression on VATSIM, not the way that this guy a minute ago just did it, flying through people. That's just ridiculous. Like Dusty says, you know, that would have had absolute havoc with our TCAS and our TARA. It could mess up our sim. That's really cool. He's doing like a little weave left and right there. The thing is, he's only going to the Maldives as well. British transport enthusiasts. So it's not like he's doing like Dubai to Perth and he's trying to zip through and accelerate his speed. Right Speed says he posted a pic in Discord. In off topic. I have some real Embraer switches, guess what these are for, he says. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're for. Or what they're off. Does too, yeah, that's madness, isn't it? So no, he once had somebody in a fighter jet once following him on VATSIM when he departed from Kiev on the Eurovision tour that we have on a virtual airline. 20 minutes he struggled to climb because of the Flubber RA32NX traffic avoidance system. Who is that? That's brilliant. They're weaving away, giving you guys a right show in his 777. That is that Qatar 6 Kilo or is that Joe? Left one is an overhead panel push button and the right ones are push to talk. I did wonder if the right ones were push to talk actually, but I wasn't sure. That's the Qatar livery. I can see the tail now. I can actually see the onyx on the is it onyx or oryx on the tail. I mean that is bold, just weaving left and right in heading mode. Or testing out offset track, I'm not sure what they're doing, but it's fun to watch. Off he goes. Those poor passengers. They're like throwing up everywhere. I'll have spilt my gin and tonic all over me lap. Oh, Neil's using offset, that's fantastic. So you're going offset now 1 mile left, right? That's incredible. So what Nils is doing there, folks, is he's going into the route page and he's going left offset, right offset in kind of, you know, one at a time sort of thing. So he's done a 1 mile offset track there to the left, and now he's recorrecting back to the centre before he then goes offset right or whatever else he's been doing there. It's really quite a cool feature in this aeroplane, and offset is something that's massively key in oceanic flights. So, you know, perfect example was that person that's just gone zooming through everybody on VATSIM using time acceleration. You could have avoided that by just putting in an offset right track by 2 miles. So you could just do R2 in there where it says offset, and the aeroplane will follow your LNAV path but precisely 2 miles to the right. And if you want to use time acceleration in a bit of oceanic airspace but not disconnect, then that's a really good way of doing it, because you're not going to be on an airway specifically getting in the way of everyone else. So that's something to consider and maybe try and use. Massimiliano, welcome, good to see you, thanks for subscribing. And we're running out of waypoints here because the start into Velana in the Maldives is actually pretty long. Look, ELBET to MM529, 30 nautical miles, and then 110.5 nautical miles to Idrock. This is a really long arrival route. And you can see now we've got 6 knot headwind, 3 knot crosswind for runway 18. So we're going to go ahead and put that in. So we're going to go departures, arrivals, ILS X-ray 18, transition Apari, ELBET 1 Bravo, which is there on the second page, execute. And then we get the rest of our routing like so. And actually we can do MM529. Oops. Econ slash .85 slash. So we're just changing our constant Mach number now. Yeah, maybe just too. It's always a possible, isn't it, mate? Nils is right overhead now. Oh, look at that stunning livery. It's just beautiful, isn't it? Look at that. Double whammy. I wonder if we go up and get him. Stand by. Drone camera extreme now, folks. How high is he? He's 1,000 above, isn't he? There he is. And there's me. That looks really cool. Look at that shine. Wow, cost index 196. We're 120 for our cost index today. Excuse me. Well, hey, thunderstorms are now due, according to the forecast, just flashed up on my phone. Where I am. Ah, British Transport, did you dot wallop the guy? Love it. We made some really good progress. On the forecast, Dino, yeah. As a Boomerang, welcome. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good weekend so far. Still got quite a way to go, but now, finally on our nav display, albeit on the 640 radius, we've got the airport in sight. I just noticed as well, look at that bit of wear and tear on the edge of that. That's from the livery as well, that's really cool. And then at Esmit at 90 miles we want to do another fuel check. and that's should be 19.7 tons of fuel on board at that point. So 2 more tons of fuel to burn before we get there. We'll have to see what we get from the aeroplane when we get there. And in all likelihood, when we get to Maldives, we'll do reverse and order brake 2, probably most likely. And because we're landing on 18, we've actually got a shorter touchdown this time around as well. Loads of new people in the Discord server. Great to see you all joining that as well. Just realised I'm going to have to redo the entire Osprey logo now as well. Very exciting. I have to get my artistic skills. Dust2's GPU temperature, with everything on Ultra, it only seems to be hovering around 35 to 38 degrees Celsius. That's with your new computer, isn't it, mate? So, how have you found that? Because you've got you've got a new supercomputer with loads of cooling and all that sort of stuff, haven't you? Loads of screenshots today. Got a Next H6 Flow that has two 140mm fans blowing air straight onto the GPU. So it took thermals seriously. It's got a lot of airflow, so hopefully the components will last. Nice. I think mine sits at about 45 degrees typically. There's and I've got 3 fans at the top, 3 fans at the front, and 1 fan at the back. Sometimes it's got as high as like 60 degrees. Hasn't got any higher than that, thankfully, I don't think, but 60 degrees is pretty high. James says, have you flown many night or evening flights? Not massively, only because they don't really look as amazing in the sim, do they? Yeah, certainly for you guys watching, when we're doing the live streams, it doesn't look as mind-blowing for you. So with that in mind, I kind of turn the time back to keep it daylight so you can all enjoy the views. But I know some people only fly on live time. I always fly in live weather, but I never fly on live. Well, I usually fly on live time unless I'm so far away from UK time that I wind the time back or forward so that I get sunrise or sunset or daylight. But yeah, currently it would now be pretty much dark, I think, if we were on live time properly. Dusty's got 3 120mm front, 120mm at the back, and the AIO has 3 120mm exhausting on the top with the 140s. This is a lot of fans, but still very quiet, my goodness, yeah. Similar fan setup to mine then, actually, then. Engineer loves the atmosphere of a night flight. Finds it really calming. So what I like with night flights is when you're flying into like, I don't know, for example Heathrow, and you're on VATSIM and it's really busy, like a really busy event or something, and you can see everybody's strobe lights and beacon lights flashing all around you. I think that's really quite magical for like a live time darkness sort of flight. But usually we fly in and we very rarely get ATC in the UK, so we've not had an experience like that for a long time. Yesterday into Heathrow was epic though, wasn't it? That was really quite exciting. We got there yet? Almost. Which way are you looking, enthusiasts? You looking north or south? Still got 31 miles to go to then, actually. Fuel burn looks good. Towards the destination, switch tonight, we might see a thunderstorm. So this is real time now. Oh, I've got to turn all this off. There's a plane right up in front of us. Where's he come from? That might be Joe, actually. What the heck? That's someone else doing time acceleration the other way. Has just buzzed through us the other way. What the heck is wrong with people? Oh, I think there needs to be another video about how to use time compression on VATSIM. My goodness. Those of you behind, caution. He's going to come flying through you any second. Might be worth turning your TCAS off and just putting it on standby for a few minutes. I can't see any thunderstorms. Tell you what though, this. Look at that. Properly cool, isn't it? They've nailed the lights in here. Super high cloud. And there's the end of our constant Mach look. So we had constant Mach of 8.5 all the way to MM529, where we go back to econ speed. So there they are in the flight plan. That you guys can see how that all works as well now. Estimating 3 miles, 20.4 tons, and the fuel estimates for our plan. $19.7. Might do Mach 6, 865, because Nils, you're above us, aren't you? So I'm conscious if you are. Where is he? Oh, he's back there now. So I'm going to just try and work to get a bit more separation from you, Nils, just to help you out for the arrival. So I'm going to bring the speed up. We've got a little bit to burn anyway, 20.3. 19.7, so yeah, we've got a few 100 kilograms extra, which is nice. Vipers Racing, good to see you, welcome. ELBET, Esmir, where is it? There we go. It says 17.2 at bib go, 160 nautical miles, so we'll see what happens. No worries, MPS. You could, I think Ian and that still flew the same route that we had the day before, so wouldn't worry too much about that kind of thing. It worked out in the end for everybody. It was like a little flash then, but I don't know what it was. Oh! You ready for the light show? Let's keep watching. Oh! Out that side. Whoa, my goodness! Oh my, wow! Oh my word! Let's get a wing view. What, just behind us then? Come on. Oh my goodness. That's pretty cool, isn't it? That's one of the perks of flying in real time. Let's have a little look from the outside, shall we? Just trying to pivot the camera around the aeroplane here. Without really being able to see it very well, but hopefully. That's cool. Right, let's zoom out. About there. I'm just going to bring that down like so. See what we get now. That's great. The thing is, it's popping everywhere, so it's hard to kind of predict roughly where it is. Wow, that was a good one. Whoa! Absolutely amazing. Jeepers. Good grief. Yeah, the sim does thunder lightning very well, doesn't it? Double smash there with the old that night mode a second. We can kind of get this view here, right? Let's see what we get. So impressive. Gee whiz does too, absolutely. Thunder cam. It's a really intense storm. Kevin47, welcome buddy. Been on a real Qatar A340 going into Mumbai with an early lightning show on the way in, and it was at night too. It's always spectacular, isn't it? But you do think, oh god, I don't know. Hopefully this doesn't hit the aeroplane. Yeah, if we had St. Elmo's fire, that'd be epic to see, Badger, wouldn't it? It's a really intense storm. Obviously the thunderstorms in Maldives are forecast later, quite significant thunderstorms at that. If we run the METAR, and we'll get the TAF in the live chat once again, using those commands. There you go, that's the METAR. Some towering cumulus in the vicinity, QNH still 1008. But there's the TAF with some towering cumulus and cumulonimbus there, the CVs with thunderstorms and rain due between 14Z, which was started 50 minutes ago, through to 8 PM Zulu tonight, which is 9 PM UK time. There's quite a lot of thunderstorms expected at, well, this afternoon, pretty much now onwards through into the evening around the Maldives. So we might end up with a lot of this on our descent, having to go through it or even around it, perhaps. Something to consider that we might not have otherwise had to have worried about. Don't understand why that zoomed out. Well, let's get that time wound back. Oh, mind your eyes, folks. Yeah, we're pretty much in it, aren't we? That's the thing. It's pretty awesome area. Beautiful livery. Top descent marker. 200 or so miles, making good progress. Getting some good separation from Nils, hopefully, as well. We want at least sort of 5-10 miles approximately if we can. That looked like that was right next to us. 6 nautical miles, Nils, perfect. We'll get some good separation. I'm guessing you're at Mach 8.5 yourself, right? It's like this thunderstorm is literally kind of built around us right here. That was a really impressive little bit of lightning show, that, wasn't it? It's a little treat. That's probably a lot of the thunderstorms that will be building and working its way down as well towards the thing, towards the Maldives. But quite a lot of complex weather up ahead. Look, you can actually see physical layers of cloud. That band there on the horizon line, little thick bit of cloud there in the light and fluffies at the moment, and then below that various layers as well working down towards sea level. So it could be quite an interesting approach. Bartos, hello. It is Parallel 42's Flow Pro. It's payware, so you do have to buy it, pay for it, and then you can use things like various mods. But I think there is a free version, and I don't know if Parallel 42 Flow Free allows you to do the time. I think it does. So you might be able to just get the free version and get the time wheel on it as well. James saying, can Thunder break an aeroplane? Not really, no. They've got various things like static wicks on the aircraft, and I mean I've been in an aeroplane before where, as a passenger, albeit years and years and years and years ago, went through a thunderstorm and lightning hit the aircraft and we had this massive bang and flash through the cabin, and it was, I'd never experienced anything like it since. Scared the heck out of a lot of people, but totally fine. The aeroplane basically just pushed the energy all the way through to the tips of the wings, where you can see on here on the model all these little static wicks. That's how the aeroplane dissipates the energy from lightning. So it can be hit the front and then it can dissipate all the way down against those wicks and then be offloaded. Same with the elevators there, look, the edges of the tailplane. We've got static wicks, and at the top of the rudder. And that's how the aeroplane will manage the energy. Pate says, apparently on average planes get hit by lightning once or twice every year. Wow. I mean, certainly if they get hit by quite a bit of lightning and they go through a horrible storm, the engineers might have a little look around and see the state of the wicks and things, see if they're all burnt off and damaged. They might then want to replace them and all that sort of stuff, but as Badger's saying there, most airplanes are basically a Faraday cage. where does the energy go? It goes back into the atmosphere, off those wicks on the wings and the backs of the elevators and the rudder. Which is why they have a problem with things like the Dreamliner and the A350, for example, because they're made of carbon composite, whereas the 777 is like a metal outer skin, isn't it? So the lightning will hit the outer skin of a 777, flow through the metal of the aircraft, outer skin, onto the wicks, back into the atmosphere. Nice and easy. If lightning hit a carbon composite aircraft, like a 787, then it doesn't really deal with that sheer amount of electricity very well, because it's not easily moved through or transferred through that kind of thing, from what I understand. So what Boeing, for example, have had to do is put a really, really thin copper mesh all around the outside skin of the Dreamliner, and what that does is it allows, in lightning strikes, for the electricity, the energy, to latch onto the copper mesh, flow through the aircraft as if it's a metal skin, and then dissipate out from the wicks. So it's one of the things that kind of modern technology like carbon composite aircraft, in a way, slightly more dangerous in that sense, and they've had to then engineer and create things that solve that problem. You know, tackle the fact that energy doesn't dissipate particularly well and transfer through carbon composite aeroplanes and stuff. Quite interesting, right? Bib going 32.4, we've got 18.3 tons. Where's my bib go waypoint on my flight plan? Bib go 17.2 on the estimate. That's it, Badger. Carbon composite aircraft, lightning hits it, it's like hitting a fishing rod, just shreds it up. Which is why they've had to create various things like that copper, really, really fine copper mesh around the Dreamliner, so the energy has somewhere to go. Otherwise the aeroplane would be damaged with these newer carbon composite airframes. So like the Dreamliner, the A350, without the copper wrap, they would get damaged by the lightning strike. Quick listen, the distance check. 9 miles now from Nils. Good. That's building quite nicely, that. I think about 18. Oliver, welcome. Loving the 777. Phenomenal. Yeah, I'm just trying to think off the top of my head now, Ian, what Airbus have done. The A350. I don't know if they've done the same kind of thing with like a copper insulation layer for lightning strikes. I'm not really sure. It's got me thinking now. I know Boeing have got that copper kind of film, haven't they? Near the top of descent now. So we can have a little look at a few things prior to our arrival. So we're going to do the charts. And we can see there that in the Maldives, at Valana International, Mali, we've got 6 knot headwind, 3 knot crosswind, runway 18. So again, just as a reminder, if you missed it before, we're going to be now flying the ELBET 1 Bravo arrival onto the ILS X-ray runway 18 with transition of Apari. So which is going to look like that. So ELBET working all the way down towards Idrock, and then we're basically turning in like on a base leg almost down to Apari, descending through to 4,000 feet, max speed 210 knots. So there we're going to need flaps at that point, and then we'll be turning inbound to the ILS X-ray like so. We need to put in our minimums. We'll put 220 and brief for the missed approach as well. It's just the missed approach procedures and stuff. So if we go to runway 18, we've got ILS X-ray Whiskey. There's RMP Zulu as well. That's an RMP approach from Apari, for example. ILS Whiskey is a VOR DME based approach. So it's all centres around that Marley VOR 1147 look, 12 DME arc around to establish on the ILS. The ILS X-ray is straight in. And then you've got those 2 VOR approaches there as well. Just slightly different arrivals basically, and either the entry to the approach will be different and or the missed approach might be different depending on what it is that is being used. But we'll use the ILS X-ray today. Runway wise, 3,400 meters, nice and long, and we're probably going to vacate down the bottom here at Delta 6 in all likelihood, if not Delta 5. We can have a look at the taxi charts, parking stands. So Delta 7 would be better, or Delta 6 would be better. We're expecting to park up down here somewhere, Alpha 10. Poorly scripted. There we go. How long? Well, the runway's 60 meters wide. On the arrival, by the way, all of this down here is the seaplane base. So on the left, as we touch down, we should see some really nice scenery, seaplanes and all that kind of thing, bobbing about. But that's the approach. We can go ahead and put some of that in. Set the rad out to 220. Just somehow zip that all the way up. Don't know how. We need the QNH, which is currently 1008. We'll confirm that as we get closer. We can set that though down there. And then the estimated landing weight, what do we bib go? So about 400 kilograms higher. Two of your weights, landing weight, so 21, 22, 222 tons. I'll add 0.1. Flap 30, and that'll be our estimate for the approach ready as well. What does that ping that somebody just sent me? It's Daniel. Said he flew the Maldives yesterday, did the return today, now he's flying Doha to Nairobi and back, then off to San Francisco in the triple for him. Nice. 10 miles from Nils, so what we're going to do now is just settle back into Mach 85 for our constant Mach. And then we can also think about some of our fixed rings. So ILS runway 18, we've got, looking at the approach path here, MM603 at 6 miles, and that's where the glide slope will begin. We need to be at 2,000 feet by that point. And we can then also look at maybe 8 miles as well, just to give us a bit of an idea of range. I could just simply put a 6 mile fixed ring in. We do runway 18, 6. Like so. Nothing too complicated. The transition altitude, flight level 130 according to the charts. So VNAV forecast, 130 is already in there. We've already done the descent forecast prior to our departure, so that's done. So make sure we've got all our charts set up as we want them, and then we can just sit back and relax for the next little while. What have we got now? 80 miles to top of descent. And we can think about performance for landing as well. So, performance tool, landing en route. We need to change that to runway 18 now. And we'll go for order break 1. We'll see what it gives us. Almost right at the end it says there. We put the reversers on. Be a very small credit. That's quite a big credit. Order break 1 it is. Set. In fact, we don't need that, so let's stow that down there out of the way. That's all good. We can revert to checklists. We can work through some of this. So descent, recall checked, notes checked. Order break set 1, landing data VREF minimums, everything's all set there. We've just gone through that, and the approach brief is complete. For the missed approach, if we do have to abort or go around for any reason, abort the landing, we're going to climb straight ahead to 4,000 feet. Then we're going to turn left and proceed direct to Apari and hold as directed. So basically we'll fly to 4,000 feet with a left downwind all the way to Apari to join the hold at the back of the approach again, basically. So quite a simple missed approach structure here, which is quite nice actually. So that's done. Descent checks complete. Engines look good still. We're not guzzling the fuel, the temperatures are all good, the pressure's good. Vibrations are in limits there as well. Around sort of 0.8 to 1. Doc, hello mate. HD Day punishment. They need to update that. It's actually quite old now, isn't it? The old Just Glyn. Gets quite irritating listening to it over and over again, doesn't it? Big thank you to everyone who's hit the like button so far today. Glad to see lots of you enjoying the stream still and enjoying all the 777 content that we've been doing over the last few days. These amazing Atarium liveries, paint schemes for various aeroplanes in the sim as well. Zipping all over the world in this. And it's a bit of a long one today, isn't it? But we're almost there. It's been fairly effortless, actually, to be fair. We've explored all sorts of stuff. Even had a little lightning show. Can't even see the horizon anymore. It's about there. Look at that. Cheers, Organ. So initially for the descent, we need to set an altitude, and I'm going to just ask for a drop all the way down to 4,000. Doc, yeah, I did see it 3 times. I only replied the once though. I didn't reply 4 times. LNAV, VNAV, we'll set 4 to have that continuous descent all the way down. 141's the heading currently, and we've got all of the weather data. It's hard, isn't it, Ian? It gets more realistic every month. We are majorly spoiled by how exquisite the graphics and stuff are in this though, aren't we? It's the first time I've ever sat in the back. Sitting in the posh seats. What are we? Row 31. $40 miles to top descent, and we are ready for it. I wouldn't worry about it, Doc, it's all good. Might just have been like a YouTube server glitch. Yes, yeah, London's super busy. It's really intense. It was hard yesterday as well. The amount of traffic. Jay, got a sweet screenshot of the lightning smashing into the aeroplane. Ooh. Let's see if I can spot you here. We've got so many flying along, this is great. There he is. Wow, look at that. Oh yeah! Zipping straight through. My God, look at that lightning bolt there. That's properly crazy, isn't it? Residual light after that lightning strike there. That's pretty cool. Busy airspace. Going the other way, look, that UAE. Let's see if MPS's screenshots have actually loaded in now. No. Odd. Not far to go though. We've got all the atolls around us now, look. Just ahead of us. Alright, I've got 10 miles to go. That's a nice time to start our descent, isn't it? So VNAV descent now. So 10 minutes just before, 10 miles before top of descent, we're going to begin the entry into our descent now. Just gently let that nose come down and we'll ease into the VNAV descent profile. Probably about, what, 25 minutes to go to touchdown? Change that music. Been a really nice relaxing flight today. Hey, yeah, maybe they should have called Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 Microsoft Flight Simulator 2025. Because it's releasing in November, it might well be even December if there's a slight delay. And yeah, why not call it as it is? Sam, thanks matey, watching the stream. Speedbird 3 Victor Hotel. Yeah, we're all gonna have to start sequencing ourselves now. One of the guys is joining us from Colombo earlier, wasn't he, in that UPS 747? So he's flying in to join us. Just got to work out all of that sort of stuff anyway. Ed, no, not so much. If you've got GSX, then that'll be fine. Churio, good morning, mate. How are you? Hope you're well. Working out of that cloud layer now, look. And there's our first glimpse of the atolls. All down below.
This is Gentleman from the flight deck, the captain speaking. Very shortly beginning our descent. We trust you've enjoyed the flight. Thanks for choosing to fly with us. On behalf of myself and the crew, I'd like to wish you a very pleasant stay and start a very safe onward journey. And we'll see you on board again very soon. Have a good day.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we've now commenced our descent, we require that you return to your seat, ensure that your hand baggage is either restowed beneath your seat or in the overhead lockers, your tray table and seat backs are in the upright position, and your seatbelt is securely fastened. Thank you.
بالنظر إلى أننا بدأنا في الهبوط نطلب منكم أن تعودوا إلى مقاعدكم وتتأكدوا من أن أمتعتكم اليدوية مخزنة إما تحت المقعد وإما في الخزائن العلوية وأن المنطقة الصينية مطوية ومثبتة وظهر المقعد في وضع قائم وحزام المقعد مربوط بإحكام. شكرا.
Green Axel, welcome. Yeah, you could always join us. We tend to set our streams up kind of a day in advance at least, so should usually be able to kind of follow along with when we might be doing streams and where we're doing them and stuff. Try and set them up so everyone knows where they are. And they're always listed in our Discord server as well in the live streams thread. Loads of little atolls. I always forget. 'Cause it's been... Where did we last fly into the Maldives? 2 years ago in the sim? It might have been. Quite a while ago, wasn't it? But I always forget how many little atolls stretch for miles, thousands of miles, or maybe not thousands, hundreds of miles, making up the Maldives. Well into the star now, making some good progress in the descent. Have a little look at the NavRad page as we make our way in. 1097-183. It's a good time now to check that against the charts. Make sure it matches 1097-183 for the inbound course. That's good. And then later on we want to see IMN on the primary flight display to confirm that it is the correct ILS that it's tuned itself into. Parking brakes off, that's all good. Transition was 13, wasn't it? So we'll go to local pressure at that point. There'll be a kind of base leg into a straight final approach. What's the time in the sim? Oh, good, look at that. We're going to get sunset in the Maldives. Cliver, welcome. Evening to you. Up in Liverpool. Good to see you. How are you finding the 777? Have you got it yourself? Every single flight I've done in it, I've absolutely enjoyed, and I'm doing slightly longer flights than I otherwise usually do, but massively enjoying them. I'm tempted to put it through its paces and do a couple of short Caribbean hops, high intensity kind of things, but getting close to music off time now. Squeeze in a couple of songs. $4,149. What have we got for speeds coming up? 240 at Idrock. Turboplane's going to want to start decelerating very soon. In fact, there's 2 decel points. That'll be 10,000. And then that'll be prior to Idrock as well for 240. Par at 210. But realistically, we'll be in our own kind of, we'll be in selected speed mode instead, I think. Put the seatbelt signs on. And I'm just going to have another peek at the checklists to see what it says. You go back into it, it resets checklist. So the next is landing. Drag required. We shall give it some. Only needs a tiny bit, to be fair. I don't want it armed, just want it ever so slightly out. Good stuff, Cliver. Look at those cumulus clouds off in the distance there. They were all on the METAR, so we've got potentially some thunderstorms building in the area around us as well. It's just a speed brake warning, that's fine. Clear it away. So we might get some icing. If we're going through that, definitely we need to want to make sure the anti-ice systems are on. High to low, down we go. We're going to get 250 knots momentarily for 10,000 feet for the decel now. Bring that range ring in once again. Line of traffic, Qatari 40 Golf Heavies inbound 777-300ER. Currently 10 nautical miles north of Idrock, inbound for the ILS X-ray runway 18 QNH 1008. We'll report a PARI. Get those ready to go for the VORs. That'll be Marley. And we're just going to get the speed brake out again. We get through 10,000 again. Just as a reminder, you might have missed it on the way out of Qatar today. Working through the decel. I've just popped those speed brakes out ever so slightly. Very small deflection, look. Just help manage the energy on the aeroplane. Decelerate down to 250 knots out of low, so 230, here we go. 10,000 feet, you can either click all of those 3 switches there to turn the landing lights on, same with the runway turn off lights, you can click both of those if you want, put the taxi lights on, or you can click runway turn off, boink, and they both switch, and then for the landing lights you can just click landing, bam, all 3 go on. Really cool, right? Nice little click spot there as a quality of life feature. In reality, you'd use 3 fingers to click all of those on. You'd probably use a whole hand, bam, all 3 on. So why not click that little landing button there? Same thing, isn't it? Through 250. Let's see. That'll do. Let's pause the music there. Niels, I think you're behind me. I'm going to start decelerating very soon. Look at that cloud, my goodness. $240, $210 at Opari. $220. Cabin secure. Flaps 1. Christian, done that, mate. Up there. Literally just done that. Look at that. Let's get rid of the speed brake now. Get my charts ready, so I need that. Apari, max 210 at 4,000. Max 210, 4,000. That's all good. Quarter brake 1, part brakes off, that's all good. We've had the cabin secure from the crew. Lights and signs set. No, I don't use lossless scaling. Okay, we're still Unicom. Fine, no ATC, it's all good. Speed binning, 260. Little tailwind, just helping push us along. Here comes Opari. And I want to just wait to bring that speed down a little moment longer. Set 2,000 on the box for now, continues the descent. Lap 5. $14 miles. Bologna traffic, Qatari 40 Golf Heavies, turning final ILS X-ray 18, 14 DME. A little bit of speed brake. Gear down. Bologna traffic, Qatari 40 Golf is established. ILS 18, reducing speed 180 till 4 DME. Flat 15. Get rid of the speed brake. Speed brake armed. 3,400 ILS lock glide slope, autopilot's good, 180, flap 20. Flap 25. Here we go, folks. There's the runway. VueloSimple Maldives International Airport for the payware scenery for today. Look at that. Oh, stunning. That ruddy cloud's in the way. Oh, now that's a screenshot and a half. Eight miles. Full flap, 160 till 4. Oh boy, them views. This is why we've flown 4.5 hours. Beautiful. Look how stunning that is. And even, so if I just quickly here go back, look at the sun reflecting off the glare shield. Right, what do we got? That's all green for the landing checklist. Happy days. Auto brake 1, seatbelt signs, lights and signs all done. Speed brakes on, park brakes off. Flaps 30 green, landing gears down and green. 141, 146. Make sure we've got 4,000 ready for the missed approach, and we are all ready. 4 miles.
Traffic, Qatar 959, reducing speed to 140.
146 at 4 miles now. Final approach speed. That's 2. Good effort. Oh, it's crazy, isn't it, Cookie Taste? Just quickly, before I turn the autopilot off, look at that now for graphics. Who would have thought we would have had a flight sim that gives us this? Just immense. Right, autopilot off. Flight controls. Slight crosswind.
400. Approaching minimums.
Slightly displaced threshold.
Minimums.
Here we go.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Gently down with the nose wheel, reverse green, decel.
Milan traffic, Qatar 95 Mike, 5 miles behind.
Manual brakes. I have a lot of traffic. Qatari 40 Golf's vacating Delta 6. Oh, that sky! Look at that!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. For your safety, please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until the seatbelt sign has been turned
Okay,
off.
so
Please ensure that you have all
flaps
your
up.
personal belongings with you as you leave the aircraft. Also remember that smoking is only permitted in designated
Sort the
areas.
speed brakes out as well.
You may now use your mobile and electronic devices.
Oh, that's just spectacular.
We hope that you will include Qatar Airways in your future travel plans.
234 foot per minute, look, bang on the touchdown zone, 1.2 G, love
On
it.
behalf of Qatar Airways, the One World Alliance, and the rest of the cabin crew team, we wish you a pleasant stay or a safe journey to your final destination. Qatar Airways going places together. Thank you.
We're right over the centre line. Heck am I on here? Oh, it's taxiway Charlie. It looks like a ruddy runway. GSX, let's go. Landing lights off, runway turn off lights, strobes off.
Good disarm doors for arrival caution.
Alpha 10.
Charlie traffic, UPS 25, 15 miles south, call 18, report established.
Handling by Thai Lion Air. I think that's not quite accurate somehow. Yeah, I think this is the old runway, isn't it? We got the remote stands down here, sadly, for today.
Cover that.
Oh, stand 6. Should we take 6? 6 is a heavy, I think. Six right heavy, which is that one. Taxi lights off. Now look at this Atarium Liveries. Look at that. What a cabin environment. Got to focus on parking here because I'm enjoying the views too much. I'll see where the marshaller is.
Charlie traffic, UPS 35, 10 miles south, 18.
GSX profile for this is incorrect. Because this is actually not right. We should be on the diagonal because of our size. Oh, fire trucks are out. Oh well. Anyway. APU. Help if I turn that on. That's all good. Let's just very quickly at that for a view. Amazing. There's one of the Qataris that just landed, and we've got a whole load of other pilots coming in now, so I'm just going to wiggle the weather time back a little bit. Turn the drone camera up a little bit. Chuffing X, somebody's landed on the taxiway. There's a seaplane base here as well. Where is it? There it is, look at that.
Traffic outside Fahrenheit, heavy, about 10 miles for runway.
All linked in the description if you do want to purchase this scenery. Remarkably nice. I don't know what they're doing. That is really odd. This might be a 747. It is. Okay, so that's all good. APU's fired up. Let's turn the engines off, shall we? I think that was that BA's just gone around. Look at that sunset. Wow. Oh, that's the Speedbird. How odd. 747 followed by one on short final. Jay says the freeware on flightsim.to has actually got the runway and the taxiway reversed. Ah. Not ideal. Won't do deboarding just yet. We'll have a quick look at New Sky though for our score. Have I turned the beacon light off? No. No, I have. We'll see what we've got. Kasuni, welcome. 10 out of 10, yes. Nice little profit there as well. There's our route. Spectacular. Flight time, 4 hours, 1 minute. Jake, it's lukeairtool.net. Is this too dark for you guys? Or, oops, sorry, I smashed the mic. Or do you want to see the lights wound backwards a little bit for a bit more brightness? Lovely. UPS is down. There we are, all at the back there, parked up. And I reckon the other one on short final can do a land after potentially, so just keep going, and providing you can stop as the other aeroplane's exiting for whatever reason,
the traffic
should be okay.
Fahrenheit, heavy 3 miles for landing runway 18.
On the traffic, Speedbird ready for you, we'll slot in final 25.
It is, isn't it, Cookie? That's Ian. Oh, we're all flying in now, look at that.
PS25 cleared runway 18.
Zato's gone off towards Razdu, direct to the beach. Look at that presence of that aeroplane. Those G90s, like a silhouette, it's just cool. Oops, crikey. What have I done? Ah, chuffing neck. There we go. Oh my goodness. Over the threshold. Oh, beautiful flare. Look at that. Holding it very nicely. Bam. Touchdown. Really good touchdown that. Gently down on the nose. Like a pro. It's down. Nice work, MPS. There's that big bridge that goes over from the airport, look, into kind of like the main city area.
Maui traffic, Qatar 242
Wow.
heavy, established on the glide slope 7 nautical miles to runway 18. Maui traffic.
Just going to quickly go in here.
Now the traffic goes by Fahrenheit heavy, vacated runway 18.
Right, brilliant. So the GSX profile for this airport doesn't work. Interestingly enough. Oh, he's going low. I mean, whoever that is, they're not actually
traffic.
Transmitting on
Qatar 2472 happy, 5
VATSIM,
nautical
so I
miles,
don't know,
runway
but
18.
it's an ATR. ATRs are cool. What's the purpose of display thresholds, Apollo? Basically, it's a weak part of the runway that they don't want to pay for it to be stronger with the materials they use. So for takeoffs, it can deal with it, and that's okay. So the displaced threshold means you can start your takeoff run right at the back of a displaced threshold and accelerate that like at Gatwick Airport. But you can't land on it because it doesn't have the ratings. The materials they've used, the concrete and all that, doesn't necessarily mean it can take that sort of punishment. So they displace the threshold. It's basically a cheaper way of extending a runway for takeoffs, because takeoffs are harder than landings, aren't they? Because you've got to get an aeroplane from 0 knots all the way to 180 miles an hour to get it airborne. I think this was Ian, wasn't it? I'm trying to work out who's who on the Volanta thing. Yes, Ian. We've got Carlito behind him. Then we've got Badger. Badger, are you on VATSIM, mate? Or are you flying offline? And then we've got J, Osprey 664, and then Zato. Look at that. Well, I don't mind, Badger. Well, mind you, I don't know, because the spacing now looks pretty tight. I think if you'd stayed online or something, it might have been alright, but you might end up colliding with Carlito or something. He's down. Awesome touchdown. Still got that nose wheel up. Look at that. Pro. Just touched it down. Super smooth. And he skirt the brakes off there.
Hello traffic, Qatar 2472 heavy has exited the active runway.
Carlito's in next.
Maui traffic.
Imagine if Maldives was this busy in real life. Oh my goodness. It'd be absolute chaos, wouldn't it?
Maui traffic.
That's J. Badger, can you... I don't know if you can see Carlito ahead of you.
Other traffic,
Osprey 518 is next as well.
I'm going to come out. ILS 18. Not a traffic.
Oh, by the looks of Volanta, there's about 4 aircraft all turning on final together at the same time. So I've got no idea how that's going to pan out. Here he comes, another triple.
Traffic Osprey 518, turning left, extending downwind, ILS 20. We'll call turning base and final.
Where's the touchdown? So it's right there, isn't it? The kind of aiming point. So it's quite a good spot actually for us. So we've got another one there, final behind. It's now in view. Here we go. Double whammy.
And traffic, Osprey 518, slowing down to 180, turning base ILS 18, will call turning final and establish.
Can't see anyone else yet. All the clouds now starting to build around us. Look at this. The thunderstorms are definitely coming in. Really moody. Clouds starting to surround the air. Look at that. That's a thunderstorm and a half building right over the airfield right now. Carlito's touchdown over the threshold. Nicely done. Oops. Hit the down button then. Yeah, that is ominous, isn't it? Look at that building. Literally swelling around us right now as we're sitting here. So another 20 minutes. This would have been all over us on the way in. Got 3 on final now. Beautiful. Atmospherics though.
Bruno traffic, Qatar 784 heavy, runway vacated.
Good effort, Carlito. Nice landing.
Molly traffic, Osprey 664 Whiskey, 5 mile final. Molly.
At 5 Golf 10 mile final, maintaining 180. I'll exit here, Carlito, at Bravo 5.
I'm about to start using all the remote stands further down, like Alpha 10, Alpha 9. Because all the other parking spaces in front of the terminal are all for smaller aeroplanes. Here comes another one. Whoever's number 3 on final, you definitely want to slow down to final approach speed. Because there's 3 of you now, within about 2 miles apart.
At 5 Golf 5 miles out, 160 speed.
Here comes Jay.
And traffic Osprey 518, fully established ILS 18, we'll call final.
It's copying our aeroplane, which is why there's chocks on, by the way. Amazing touchdown, look at that. Oh, and he's holding the nose up as well. What a treat. Nicely done. So because it's using the actual PMDG 777 there, it's mimicking the fact we've put chocks on the aircraft on our aeroplane with what we're forcing in as AI. They look fairly close. I reckon they can get down anyway. It'll be fine. Just land to use the same runway together at the same time, why not?
Molly traffic, Osprey 664 Whiskey vacated at Echo, Molly.
Echo 5 to the Golf final, 18.
Molly traffic, Osprey 518, 5 on final, runway 18.
Double whammy. Land after. What's the term land after mean? You can land with other aircraft still on the runway, does disasters. Yeah, so you might hear it given out in America every now and again on VATSIM. And elsewhere in the world, depending on where it is in the world. You don't really hear it in the UK, but it is also allowed in the UK as well. But basically, it's giving you, the pilot, the discretion to land, providing that you can work out the distance of the aeroplane in front of you on the runway, and providing that aircraft has begun to vacate. And if you think you can stop in time if that aeroplane was to stop and not vacate, then you can land after, basically. That's the simplest way of explaining it. Nice touchdown from the Etihad. So he's on short final, right? Now if he released his brakes right towards the end like we did to then come off right at the end, so either that will go around basically. So look, he's braking to now vacate, and he's very short final. So I would now just look at just continuing.
Short final, runway 18.
But yeah, it's not really used very much for obvious reasons. I think Carlito's last man in today. Oh, we've got another one in. Zato. Etihad. Oh no, we've got Kev. Is Kev on VATSIM? It's our 674 Papa. Let's have a quick look. Oh, 674. No, he's not. Huh. Ready to chase him down the runway. He's in the retro jet, love it. In our vintage Osprey Airways special edition aircraft livery. Look at that. Old school. There we have it. All down. Mega bucks for the airline. In what was an exceptionally busy flight. If you want to check out any of the scenery that we've used today, have a little look at the live stream description. You'll find all of the links to the various sceneries, like this one here, Villana International for the Maldives, linked down in that description below. Hit like, hit subscribe, and continue the conversation, of course, over in our Discord server. Patrick, thanks for subscribing. Big thanks to Dirty2 for buying some merchandise today as well. If you haven't, go and check out all the new range at shop.britishavgeek.com. And a big thank you to all of you, wherever you are in the world, for tuning in and flying along and taking part in today's live stream. It's been really good. 5 hours we've been live for now. Hope you guys have a great week ahead. It's been a good way to spend the afternoon here on a Sunday. And as always, in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. Hit like, hit subscribe before you head off, and I'll see you very soon. Take care.